Okay. Hey there guys, it's Metro. Was there another stream? I tried to start the stream and it just didn't seem to work, and then I just tried to start it, like end it and start it again, and now it works. So I don't know if I accidentally started another stream. Omnichrome and Peter Panther. Wait, Pembe Panther. Welcome. I'm great. How about you guys? Posura as well. Lots of new names. Welcome. Hopefully everybody saw the video talking about the changes last night. Just got the fell bike. Oh sweet, I just started that, and I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if you guys have never done it or aren't thinking about maybe not doing it, you're not sure, you need to do it ASAP. It is insane, unbelievable, coolest thing I think I've ever seen in the game. BC amazing. What's up, buddy? Yeah, definitely one of the coolest things I've ever seen in the game. I just got done watching your crest video. It is such a good change. Hey, Daiko, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm really excited too. Who's your favorite UFC fighter? I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. It's not like other sports where I have like a team that I root for. Gives casuals like me a chance to catch up. Oh yeah, it's gonna be really cool. I'm gonna do this next week when this comes in. I'm gonna do a character that crafts a piece of gear only with flying through those things in the sky and up-resing them, or whatever you want to say, like turning them into the next tier. I'm going to try to do that. Faxi. First of all, Faxi, thanks for the sub. I was recording and I had the sub stuff still on, and it just popped up on the screen. Faxi has subscribed. I was like, oh, thanks a lot, brother. Anyway, Blizzard sent out a survey last night. One of the questions was, how motivated would you be if Mythic Plus utilized a death count like Delves instead of a timer? Oh, wow. Where can I see that? Turbo says, morning. Welcome. It is still morning. You're right. Zach is here as well, and Creamily, a lot of new names here. I'm going to UFC Tampa this weekend. Oh, that's cool. That's the Colby Covington fight. That's gonna be a good one too. I'm all of a sudden back into the UFC. My guildie was posting screenshots of the questions as he filled it out. Whoa. Yeah. The earlier one in the expansion was about the solo queue thing too, right? So they're really looking for all kinds of options. Considering everything, I guess. Randy Vids, what's up, buddy? Welcome. But yeah, hopefully everybody saw that crazy post from last night. There was even somebody who was like, they need to put this in now. Why are we waiting? It's like, it's 4 days from now. What do you mean? You collect Pokemon boxes, right? The Pokemon TCG? Yes. All things Pokemon, I guess. I mean, I would say I could collect the games and stuff too if I found one, but... Huge crest changes. Yeah, they're really cool. Like I was saying before, next week I'm going to make a piece, a mythic level piece, from just flying around and looting those crests like I brought it up in the video. I'm going to try to do that on my alt, the hunter that I did the leveling challenge on. I'm going to try to make a piece. I think it'd be really fun. Or it'd be really interesting. It might not be that fun, but I think it'd be really interesting. Okay, anyway, back to life here with keys. See if we can get some, maybe 14s finally. But yeah, it's actually a really good idea to fly around and get them now. Have you calculated how many you need? Yeah, somebody said 12,080 for one item. Or 1,280 for one item. But I don't know that that's true, or if that's with the... I don't know how any of it works, so I'm just gonna try it. I bought 2 Elite Trainer boxes, so no clue what is good or anything, but was psyched to get someone to get some. One was a pink and green color, and the other was a light blue one. Oh yeah, so you don't even know what the sets are. The light green one, the pink and green one was probably Temporal Forces, I believe. It had Iron Valiant on it or whatever. I don't know. There's so many Pokemon. It's crazy. It's hard to keep track of everything. But yeah, that's cool. Let me know if you get them and take a picture of them. Let me see it. I'll take a look. Congrats on the Necrotic Wake. Must have done that yesterday. Yes, sir. Last 13 in the bag. Now we're done with progression for the season, probably. Because we don't get invited to 14s. Those invites don't exist. How many? None. There's 0 14s listed other than this one right now. I mean, we'd sign up to that, I guess, but if I wanted to sit on 14s and only queue up for 14s, I don't know that we would stream. Like, we might not actually. It would probably be like 1 a day max. It's a lot, but it's not as many as you think, because you get 2 per sometimes. Like, you often get 1, but you often get 2. So, like, watch, we'll fly through one right now. So that one gave 1, and then there's, like, others just all over the place, right? So, like, within a few seconds, we've already gotten 2. We need the wax, too, so we're going to stop here, but you get the gist. They're going to come in fast. It's going to be something that I think would be really good if you're just kind of chilling. Like, this would be a really, really, really good way to gear up if you're just, like, talking. I do this all the time whenever I'm, like, talking to somebody intently. I'm just kind of flying around the game. Is the season over then? Oh, no, we got a while still. I mean, the next season's not even on the PTR yet, so. My friend told me to get some as it's really popular at the moment. So I got some for £65, 80 USD. Well, I don't know what the set is, but MSRP for those is 50 United States dollars. And almost nobody ever pays MSRP for them, except maybe some brand new sets that are really popular that are already sold out. Most ETBs you would spend the most in like an online retailer would be like $40. The algorithm says Lord Metro. Am I a lord? The box I got were Pokemon Shrouded Fable and Scarlet Violet Elite Trainer box, and you paid $80 for both of those? Well, as long as you're happy, I mean, at the end of the day. But yeah, those are like, you can get Shrouded Fable for like $30 or less very easily now. And Stellar Crown is a good set. I like that one. That one's probably a little bit closer to $40 market value right now. But yeah, you basically pay double the price for both of them. So I'm not sure where you bought them, but I would definitely, I would try to unbuy them from there and maybe buy them from somewhere else. You could have gotten 4 for that price, probably, for the price you paid for 2. But you live and you learn. Okay, well, we're not getting invited to those. I'm not even signed up to them anymore, it seems. $15 afterward, yeah. Sure thing. Alright, anyway, just sign up to keys, it's fine. Do another mists. How are you making the wax blobs have the purple outline? I didn't do anything, I don't know. Just by default for me. I think maybe there's a feature, because it's like everything that's lootable has that outline for me. Like the mining nodes have like a white icon, a white outline, so. I think that was like a feature of WAD, wasn't it? Don't know, let's see if it's in the feature in the settings somewhere. Outline mode? It must be this, right? The only thing I can think of, I have no idea. 15 after, like, yeah, you're gonna just double upgrade to 13 super easily as an AUG. I love that. These people are delusional. It's actually crazy. It's one thing to be confident, but to say that, it's like, wow. Like, can it be done with people who regularly do 15s or higher? Yeah, sure. But are any of those people going to bother to sign up to your 13 for the off chance that they get a 15 out of it? I highly doubt it. Alright, anyway, on to mists. It's a setting for the interactable objects in the options. Oh, is that why it's on? Gotcha. Pugging 15 seems impossible at this state of the game. Oh yeah, I know some people who said they have done it. I've obviously not had any proof of it, but I think it just requires that certain mentality, you know, like you have to be like super committed to appearances. Like you're not like the stuff I've been doing in these keys, like nobody's gonna let me do any of that in a 15, that's for sure. Even if I could like prove that it would work, they still wouldn't let me do it. Requires too much coordination. Oh, you mean like actually like succeeding in pugging 15s? Yeah, that's that's true too, yeah. What's your favorite dungeon of all time? I don't know if I have one. The one that sticks out the most though was Halls of Atonement in Shadowlands. That was a really, really good Mythic Plus. I'm surprised none of these pugs require voice. Yeah, I haven't seen a single voice requirement. Well, actually no, we did see one or two, but very rare. Hey Chris, welcome. Wonder how many two-chested 13s that Og has? Yeah, somebody should look him up and tell me. Watching a guy in EU who pugs 15 to 17, what is it like? Like, how long does it take him to do one key? Like, what is the success rate? Like, I'd be interested in seeing how it goes. Would you join a voice required pug? No. I've done it a few times in the past, and it's mostly a total waste of time. And like, ultra embarrassing some other times. But at the end of the day, I won't risk it. Like, I'm not gonna go sit in a Discord call with people who are just gonna talk over me the whole time while I'm trying to stream and might potentially say something that could get me in trouble. You think the upcoming tank changes will fix the survivability of Blood Death Knight against physical melee and high keys? Wait, what are the upcoming tank changes? Did I miss that?
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
I'm unaware of what those are, so if you know where I can find that info, let me know. Please don't pull when I'm on 0 mana. It's gonna be a good one. I'll search for it. You might have to, because I believe I'm pretty diligent on changes, and I've not heard that. Hey Metro, haven't slept much, just gonna watch and take a nap. Oh, alright. I hope it's not for some bad reason, but glad to have you here one way or the other, man. Hope you can get a nap in. I think Archer might be mistaken. Yeah, I don't know what that would be, so. If you find something, I will definitely read it, but I have a feeling it doesn't exist. In my area in the UK, it's hard to get anywhere. It's hard to get any. Everywhere is sold out, so I'm happy with it. And the price-wise, it's actually cheaper. Oh, really? Well, I don't know anything about UK prices, to be fair, so. All I know is here, that would be double the price, so. That would be unfortunate to pay that. Like, that's above MSRP, which is, like, nobody really pays MSRP at this point for either of those sets. Did you see Bill Belichick is the coach of UNC? Oh, is it official now? That's weird. They must be giving him a lot of money. Did he go to UNC? I don't understand that at all. Didn't he, like, retire? Like, he didn't get fired or something. He retired, didn't he? He's scouting for his next girlfriend? How? We were talking about that. I think it was like a month ago now. He's got like a really young girlfriend. Oh, it was during Halloween because they were dressed up together. He was fired. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't realize that. His dad was on the staff in the 50s. Oh, okay, so there's like a connection there already. 30 million for 3 years. What does that compare to his original pay from the Patriots? Probably less, right? I think Kraft just allowed him to retire rather than outright firing him due to how long he was with the team. He was making 25 million a year. Oh, jeez. Oh, I feel bad for him. But I guess might as well if he's still passionate about coaching. I don't think college, like, was he ever a college coach? Like, I don't know where he started, but I don't think college is going to work for his style. You got to be, like, in order to be a college coach, you have to be personable. I feel like you can't be, like, silent and never talk to anybody.
Pathetic creatures, worshipping sticks and leaves. Nature is meant to be controlled, conquered, and the trust will conquer. Beware.
You won't be able to link it here, so you'll have to either send it to me on Discord or tell me how I can find it, I guess. But check any dates on it before you do so, or waste time. College, you can be a lot tougher on the players, though, because they're usually willing to take it and learn. NFL players won't put up with that shit. That's a good point, actually. I agree with that. Well, now that you can click that, I guess.
Beware. Beware.
Definitely want to see these tank changes he's talking about, yeah. Me too.
Beware. Beware.
I heard Bill hired someone else strictly to do recruiting, so he doesn't have to. Oh, like at North Carolina already? Didn't realize it was moving that fast.
Beware.
Healers, oops. Discord's in the description there, yeah.
Crush these insects. Beware.
No lust. Not yet, no. Just looked for the blue tracker, tanking damage adjustments from July 24th. That was a while ago.
Beware. From my sight. Beware. Surrounds me. Obey me. Beware.
I mean, like, we would know about them. I wasn't trying to, like, be rude or anything, but if it's not on Wowhead, like if it was something within this week, it would be pinned on Wowhead right now, you know? And if it wasn't something within this week, then I've already seen it, and I know what I'm reacting to, and the answer is nothing, because it doesn't exist. Okay, that's it. Do it with one player dead, I guess. It's technically possible, but this is going to be like a 7-minute fight, probably. Honestly, well, I'll just have another res up maybe eventually. Those were literally all the nursery respects. How would that have helped Blood live in Keys? Yeah, I don't know. Who knows, man. Yeah, no worries, man. Just the way you look at it, if you see it on Wowhead, then it's coming, and if it's not there, like I just check Wowhead every day and see any new posts, and if it's there, then it's something to react to, and if it's not, then it's nothing. They have everything. Another death to those puddles, wow. Alright, I'm all set. I was willing to give it a try with 3 DPS, or 2 DPS, but not with 1. Well, this guy's making excuses. He said game froze.
Only the strongest survive.
Rise in the dirt, pitiful wretch. You have done nothing but waste my time.
I also did multiple 13s on Blood Death Knight, but I stopped pushing weeks ago since there's so much pressure on small mistakes. Yeah, tanking is rough. You gotta have the right mindset for it. It's not for everybody. Specifically as Blood Death Knight, but who am I arguing against? I know it all, yeah, I've seen it all. Alright. Mists. Unholy. Rat. Another fire mage. I wish Prot Warriors were back at the top of the meta again. Paladin is just not fun to play. Oh yeah. Oh, Prot Warriors really good too. I think the big difference is just the damage. I don't know how Prot Warriors damages, but I keep hearing that. Okay, this guy's key all the way up to a 15 now. We just keep seeing him. That's funny. What mage spec do you see doing well? I honestly, both are good, yeah. I could see fire being really good right now. Are those 403 disbands in this season alone? No. 403? Where'd you get that number? Oh, no, just 403 entries. You can see the stats here. 229 disbands this season. I bet a lot of the guys watching the stream could make a great group with Metro. Oh, yeah? What do you mean? Got the BIS raid trinket from the dang Do 4 Dungeons quest. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I was secretly hoping, but I didn't want to say it out loud. I was secretly hoping that I was going to get that, but I didn't get it. I didn't even get a trinket. Is there any funny comments on this thread? Let's see. I never looked at it. I don't know, like, maybe this wasn't originally posted in the article, but there's like 7 or 8 comments on my video. They're like, they're just gonna undo this for season 2. Who cares? It's like, what? Literally says it like, did you just not even look at the screen when I was talking? These people also confused the hell out of me. It wasn't? Oh, okay, good. At least that makes more sense why this comment like that. Things which should have been since the beginning of the expansion, we get at the end. The end of what? It's fucking 12 weeks into the season. I don't really get why people say that kind of stuff either. It's like they clearly had a vision. People gave feedback on what they did, and now we have a new vision. Like, what, they didn't just like have both of them in their head and they chose this one. They had to learn from their mistakes. Prot Warrior's fine. If you're not pushing world first keys or damn near it, there's zero reason to play meta. Yeah, it's just about the invites, I think, for a lot of people. I can see that. But yeah, Warrior's definitely good. I think it's probably, I would say it's probably the second best tank right now from what I've seen. But motivation to keep going for 13s and 14s, knowing the odds are against you and other specs doing the same content way easier without any benefit. What do you mean without any benefit? First of all, I'll dissect that into subsequent questions. What's your motivation to keep going? I like Mythic Plus. I like Blood Death Knight. It's my job. 3 answers there for you. Going for 13s, maybe specifically is what you're asking. I am trying to stream and be entertaining, and if I literally only signed up to 14s, I would probably not even do a key every day. So I have no choice but to continue doing 13s. 14s, obviously, I'm still signing up to, but they just pretty much don't exist, so we have like very few options there. And then you said knowing the odds are against you. I mean, like, the odds have nothing to do with why I play the game. And then other specs doing the same content way easier. I'm not like, I would never switch. Like, I don't switch for that reason. If I was going to play the game, it's going to be as a Blood Death Knight, and that's it. Like, I would just quit the game. If it was between switch to Prop Pally or quit the game, I would just quit the game. I still spam 11s on my Prot Warrior. I could probably do 12s and higher, but it's more fun to blast keys. Gotcha. I mean, you are not getting any score out of it. Yeah, I don't just play for score. I guess a lot of people probably are like shocked at that, but I really don't care about score. Like, score is like one of a few things that are interesting to me about Mythic Plus. What flask are you using? The versatility one. I'm 3.2 now on Unholy, and I haven't gotten invited to a single Grimbatol 14 despite tens of hours of applying. Oh, really? I'm a literal grandfather and can't process everything like I could before. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Play however you enjoy, man. I will say this with all respect in the world, but play what's fun for you and fuck the meta. Did you think somebody would be offended by that? Yeah, I agree with that. Some people do keys because they are fun. Not many, I guess, yeah. It's the people that are usually the most interesting in Mythic Plus. Exactly. Yeah, that's like the #1 thing that's interesting to me at this point. Is it fun being in this toxic hellhole when 90% keys are depleted or spans? See, that I think you guys have this like weird mentality here where like you're only worried about success. Like, it's just not why I do the game. Not why I play the game. It's not like, first of all, I've experienced very little toxicity. I experience a lot of fucking idiots out there, but it's like they're not toxic, they're just dumb. And then in terms of like 90% of keys not being upgraded, it's like that's not even abnormal, first of all. And even if it was, it wouldn't have anything to do with why I play the game. Like, I haven't, then you haven't played 13 keys. Oh, really? Says the guy who just fucking tried to link something from July and ask my opinion on it. That's funny. Anyway, yeah, no, thanks for the chat, man. But I play the game for fun, and I still have fun even if we don't succeed. I do them. Damn. Damn, swallowed the wrong way. Trying to have these cough drops to stay ahead of this potential small throat problem I have here. Anyway, I do them for fun. My healer's already quit for the season because she only does upgrades and found her wall. Yeah, see, that's just like... Damn it. That's just like the path to burnout if you play the game like that. 633 Blood Death Knight. I can do 11s and autopilot, but 12s, even if I don't make the mistake, the key can get bricked to 1 miss interrupt, 1 DPS getting hit by avoidable damage, or not popping a defensive. It just isn't fun. Gotcha. Yeah, don't do it if it's not fun. Put me in an insane asylum for enjoying WoW in 2024. Yeah, it's really weird. What do you say? They are fun until it gets too challenging and being depending on other people pressing all buttons and losing to the app. Yeah, so you're too focused on losing, man. That's the problem. You gotta chill out and just have fun. Victory is an incentive to have fun. Like, that's the way it should be. You shouldn't look at victory as the only outcome that you're interested in. You should be able to enjoy failure as well and learn from it. The system's too hard to not. I think that's a big issue for a lot of people. They like literally don't even try to learn from failure. They just fail and just assume that somebody else is going to pick up the slack eventually. I am sometimes reading forums about how broken Mythic Plus is, and some of the people are saying to remove the timer. I just can't imagine what replayability would have without it. I don't either. I don't think it's on the table, but Faxi had a very interesting thing sent to him that somebody got a survey that he knows that they're asking, like, how would you feel about Mythic Plus if it just had a death count thing instead of a timer? We should make a video on that, but I don't, like, oh, what am I doing? I don't want to just do that unless there's actual evidence. I don't know, like, can you send me that picture, Faxi? Is that, like, against the rules or something? Because that would be a very interesting talking point, one way or the other, to make a video on. Mythic Plus without a timer couldn't make sense. You can just wait for CDs for every pull. Yeah, I don't think they would ever do it for that reason alone. Because then the best strategy would be to literally just CD wait constantly. I think there would have to be both. I don't think there could ever be just the one. In groups, you play for weeks. This applies, but pugging is just rolling the dice over and over again. Yeah, but you could always learn from it one way or the other. Problem is that depletion doesn't promote learning from mistakes. Yeah, no, it absolutely does. What do you mean? If everybody had to do their own key only, then depletion would be the #1 promoter for mistakes, because you would never want your key to go backwards, so you'd be forced to learn as fast as possible. It's just the way the keys work, where people just hop from key to key and don't care about their own key ever, then that's what promotes that. You think this is one of the roughest seasons? Oh, it's the worst. Definitely the hardest season for sure. I've encountered a few trolls intentionally trying to get banned for leaving since the new rule. Really? You gotta record those, man. If you run into that shit, you gotta send that to me. I mean, people just leave. They don't try again to learn. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's because they have no stake in the game. If they were forced to do their own key, like if them leaving meant they had to go do a 13 instead of a 14 the next key, then they would be learning. Wasn't Shadowlands Season 1 harder? No. This is way harder than that one. This one was... Shadowlands Season 1 was hard because of tanking. This is hard for everybody. You can learn not to invite certain specs who have less probability to fail, like Frost Death Knight. This shouldn't be the learning curve IMO. It's not. You're just confused, like everything else that you've said so far in this chat. Pugging is its own animal, and you will have to learn the social elements of it too, but you can also learn mechanically. Just like if you're in a pre-made group. You'll identify trends like, okay, well, if we have a shaman, this type of thing happens, you know. If we have a priest, we can skip this, etc. These things need to be learned and understood as well. It's not just about, how best do I survive this mechanic? It's about how best does this mechanic go with all these different people. Can you elaborate what's hard this season? It's called Challenger's Peril. Look into it. I didn't even to 8 Mythic Plus last week. Do 8. Been playing Marvel Rivals and Warhammer. It's nice to have fun in games. Sweet. Oh, that was a really bad burn. First burn, terrible. It's one of the worst I think I've seen in a long time. Alright, man, your comments are becoming less and less interesting every time you type them. If you want to talk about something actually interesting, let me know. If you are unable to have fun in the video game, though, then I think you need a break from it at the end of the day. For me, the Mythic Plus formula is always going to be enjoyable. Failure, whatever else, like, it doesn't matter. That's why you keep going. That's why you're stuck in 13 and 14 and keep going. But if that's fun for you, go for it. Like these comments make you look like a fucking retard, to be honest, man. I really, like, you come in here, you ask me about tank changes from fucking July, and now you're like insulting me because of me having fun in the video game I'm talking about. Like, can you just shut the fuck up? Like, why are you even talking to me? Like, it really, like, some of the people who comment on these things, like, I'm not sure you guys have, like, the intelligence that you think you have, man. Just go do whatever it is that you find fun, man. I don't care what your opinion is on this. Then why did you ask for my fucking opinion if you don't think because I'm streaming my input is valuable? What does having the title have to do with any of this fucking bullshit you're saying right now? It's not just Priel, but now it's Tyran and Fortified together now. You need good and single target with Bloodlust. Honestly, it's like actually not really that. It's not a difference. Like, the keys are just basically just scaled to the same level that they used to be at. It's just not, doesn't change weekly. That's the only real difference now. I really don't understand, like, the incentive to come in here. Like, Bro, if you're burned out, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the game is still fun for other people who aren't burned out. I don't know what to tell you. Not everybody thinks that failure is the only reason to quit or play the game. One of the two. Like, I get it. It's not as popular as it should be, but like, what is the point of this conversation? I really don't understand. Like, how could I be a loser when I'm having fun playing the game and you're not? 150 viewers. Brother, we literally started the stream 9 minutes ago, you fucking retard. Like, are you actually this stupid? Do you actually just comment on my viewer count 9 minutes into the stream? Or whatever it's been. It's been like 40 minutes, whatever. But yeah, it's not even been a full hour. What the fuck are you even talking about, man? Go fucking figure out how to speak English. Step one. Come into the fucking chat like this, man. You make a complete fool out of yourself talking about tank changes from fucking July. Like, how the fuck do you even still comment after saying that? This is the dumbest fucking person I've interacted with, man. Imagine getting triggered this hard. Imagine being this stupid. Should be looking in the fucking mirror. It's the same people who complain every season about Mythic Plus. Why come back if they would just complain 6 months about the same stuff? There's definitely a lot of problems like that where people are just unable to play the game for fun. It's like they don't know they can. I really feel like that. It's always the people who do nothing themselves that will criticize you for doing something. It's not even criticism. Like, what are we even talking about? The guy asked my opinion on something that's not happening and then, like, basically, like, insulted me because I said I still enjoy the game. Like, what are we even talking about? Come Discord. Absolutely, brother. Hit me up in Discord. We'll get together after this. This will be a fun one. Send me a message in Discord. After this key, we'll get together. I stopped playing WoW and any other MMOs because of pug toxicity. Single player games are better for me. Yeah, to be honest, I can feel you, man. The people are the worst part about WoW, reliably. It's that way every year. Hey, Gustav, what's up, buddy? Metro, I saw they nerfed Blood Death Knight in 8 separate ways in a blue post. Do you think this will help Blood Death Knight live in 13 keys? Right, yeah, that was the other weird part. Like, the fucking post he's talking about is not even a buff, it's a nerf. And he's asking if it's going to help tanks. Like, what? What are we even talking about? People are the worst part of a lot of things, yep. How many viewers your stream have and why is that a metric for the quality of the stream information presented from it? Hit me up in Discord. Just send me a message. Nope, not yet. Let me know when you're ready, buddy. What are we doing? Just went to the wrong one, I guess. This is the prime example of failed mentality in Mythic Plus. People seem to be playing for titles only rather than actually enjoying the content. Yeah, it's actually crazy. Like, that's the fact that we're even having this conversation is so sad. Like, it should be the default. Like, if you do Mythic Plus for anything other than fun, you're gonna burn out. Why would you choose to do that? Like, you should be able to have fun in them no matter what. Put up for a good stream. Yeah, welcome. Every day we got fucking idiots anymore. It's crazy. Chat overlay is bugged again? What do you mean bugged? Oh, it's not working? Oh yeah, good call. There are multiple types of players playing for different reasons. Okay, so you recognize... Are you getting in Discord or not? I don't even want to talk to you anymore if you're not going to get in Discord after all that. And I gave my view, and then you insulted me for it. Like, what the fuck is the point of this conversation? What was the point of you asking me that? Can you just ban this guy? No. I like fucking with these people. It's more fun to do this than ban the people. What do you think about removing key depletion? I've been giving them that feedback since Legion. Doesn't seem like it's on the table, although I don't know, there's like this growing storm of potential Mythic Plus changes being considered, so who knows? Something that they could have did years ago though. The original deplete was fine IMO. Well, like the fact that the key could be repleted or whatever. I can say if Fellowship Alpha is any indication, no key depletion will mean no low keys. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's going to change the game, and it will require a whole different approach to Mythic Plus, the system in general. But I don't think it's impossible or something. It's just like, I just don't care. Like, a lot of people keep talking about it, but at the end of the day, they like, I literally have been giving them this feedback for 8 years now, and there's not been any indication that they actually care about it, so. People want to keep talking about it now, that's cool, but I feel like I've done every conversation on it that I can at this point. It's kind of just over. A depleted key still upgrades it if you time it. Like a key where it becomes the depleted thing, right? Like it's actually depleted or whatever, the old system. They could go back to that, I guess. I don't think they would, but yeah, it still exists, or it still could be good, I guess. The fact that everyone is giving him attention is crazy. He does not have a point to his speech. He's just insulting everyone. Yeah, that's what we do here. Welcome. Let fools make fools of themselves. All keys in Alpha were either level 1 or level 7. You couldn't get into a 2 and 6 because they weren't listed. If they can find a way to fix that, it'll be good. Was that just because it was an Alpha, though? Like, it was probably... They were testing the keys, right? Yeah, I'll message you after this.
No fooling you.
They're clearly not getting the attention from going for the title. Damn. Getting flamed, getting roasted. At the same time, delves have literally everything people want and no depletion. Just make delves harder. I think delves could be better than they are, but I definitely wouldn't say like delves have everything people want. Mythic Plus has this inherent like climbability to it. I think if you're gonna try to make delves into Mythic Plus but solo, then you need to make actual scalable difficulty that never ends. Don't expect me to give kind words back. I don't expect anything, brother. That'll be up to you, however you want to present yourself in this conversation. Since you've already failed to do so adequately in text, I'll give you the option to do so in voice. What are the green arrows popping up? Yeah, that's like that weak ore for the maze. Okay.
You did it. Good guess.
Making them harder, like Metro said, with uncapped levels would be what people want. Gear rewards from delves are another topic, though. Yeah, I think if they were able to make like an actual progression difficulty out of delves, it would be really, really good. I just don't think they can. Like people talk about one-shots now, but how do you make it? How do you make it happen when you're the only person in there, right? Like, then it actually becomes impossible at some point. So I just don't think the system can be extrapolated infinitely. I don't think it's possible. I think delves are always stuck with where they're at. I think they really need to do something to make people want to go above a tier 8. Yeah, I don't think there really needs to be a tier 8 or whatever, or higher than a tier 8. Like, nobody's ever going to do it. It needs to either be infinite and give some kind of scoring metric, or it needs to just not, like, there's no point in it existing. It's fun, but it's just like the exact same rewards with no like actual progression metric on it, and just twice as long. There's like nothing really fun about it. We'll talk in Discord, man. You don't need to keep typing here. It's not helping you out. I like the Zekfear question mark difficulty. Can't wait for the Season 2 version of it. Oh yeah, I'm excited to see how they do delve stuff in Season 2, to be fair. It does seem like it'll be interesting. Expand and delves, leave Mythic Plus alone, and everyone is happy. At the end of the day, Mythic Plus needs, you know, it should get work too. So if we're just going to try to make delves like a system to catch people who are unhappy with Mythic Plus, then we don't bother with that. That's a waste of time. There's better ways to invest those resources for sure. The issue with delves is not them rewarding heroic gear from the vault. The issue is player attitude, who think they only have a certain item level being enough to jump into 7s. I disagree. I think that wouldn't happen if they didn't reward hero gear, and the problem with them rewarding hero gear is that it shouldn't, like, it's not difficult enough to warrant rewarding hero gear, and that breaks like a difficulty, like same, like, I don't know how you describe it, but like there should be some parity in between the difficulties that award stuff. So the fact that they aren't in that way, it makes it so like people think that because they got this gear from delves that they should do something else.
Beware.
Who is genuinely happy when their key goes from 12 to 11? Nobody. That's not. It's not something that you should be happy about. Are you happy when you lose a game? You're not ever happy. That's supposed to be a failure moment that you're supposed to learn from and improve from. You know. That's why they have the system. It's meant to show you that you failed more concretely. Like, if there was no key depletion, then everybody would just farm the same keys over and over again for vault, and, you know, it would be a very, very different game. So whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it would be different. Which one are we doing?
Beware.
That's bad. Yikes. Oh, shit. And the fox is right here? That's a mess.
Your survival
What a mess.
wasn't
Beware.
No res, I guess, yeah.
Are you feeling tired?
You shouldn't be happy about failure. Who is happy when your rating goes down? Yeah, no, it's not something that you would be happy about, yeah.
I want to play with you.
Sadly, only the key holder is punished, yep. Yeah, that's the big issue with keys. It's about the key itself, not really anything else.
Thank you for playing with me. Please come back again.
It's an unfortunate one there. If no key deplete, it would exponentially compound the lever mentality. It would, but that wouldn't matter because you'd just be able to start over. The lever mentality only matters because you can't start over. Have you done higher keys? I quit 2 months ago, and if my memory is okay, you were doing 11s then. Me? Oh yeah, we're on 13 now, I guess. I just personally don't like it because it limits my practice. Yeah, that's another big issue, is you're not allowed to practice pretty much. What happened there? I just got totally bewildered by the fact that I almost walked into the fox and then missed the interrupt. And I thought I was going to be alright surviving it, which is AMS, but I guess I just like didn't press the spell or something because I still got disoriented. That was just bad on my part. But we got really unlucky. Well, not even, I don't know. It was a weird situation all around because it took people longer to identify the maze target. And as such, everybody was in the same spot. So all 5 arrows were shooting right at us. I got hit by one because I couldn't figure out how to dodge it from that angle and length. And then on top of that, I almost ran into the fox. So it was like a hardcore panic. And then I thought I was going to be alright by AMSing to not interrupt. But I guess I either failed to do that or I don't know what happened. But just a bunch of panic basically.
Beware.
Key depletion is fine, but probably giving a key 2 tries or something would already help a bit. I would like to see them do a system where you can replete it whenever you want, like you can protect it. And I think they should use the currencies that are already in the game for that. I think that would be the best way to do it.
Beware.
Deplete on the second boss and no disband. I think it was already over at that point, but yeah. Either way, yeah, disbands are becoming a little bit less common because of the changes. I don't think you meant gleeful, but at least you're marinated. You insinuated. I don't know what you're saying. Either way, yeah, no, that's like, I think you're misunderstanding what's being said. Like, the system doesn't have to have every part of it make you excited for it to be a good system or to make you happy.
Beware.
One of us is much like the others.
The system is like to say that key depletion is not perfect. It's like, no, it's part of the system. Like, it is perfect. It's just might not be what we want, but it's not like a bug or something. You know what I mean? The system as we know it.
Beware.
Okay, you're not gonna talk. But the system as we know it is not going to be existing if we have no key depletion. Like, they would have to totally change the game for it to work. Priest got battle res. 2 people died and came back quickly. I battle res them. What do you mean, priest? I think a base system, whether solo queue or something else, not manual groups, need to happen. I do think they would still do a solo queue, but I don't know. There's so much conversation, like so many different things happening now. It's hard to understand what their mindset is. It's possible that they aren't doing a solo queue and they're just trying out ideas in their head before they can consider one, but
One of us is much like the others.
Beware.
which one? That one?
Beware.
I mostly do my own key, and I don't really see what's so bad about pushing it back up if I fail, since I just like playing the game anyway. If I'm lazy to push it back up, I can always go queue for another. The reason it doesn't work is because sometimes you go backwards for things that shouldn't be considered failure. That's the ultimate reason that key depletion needs to go.
That was fun.
Because if somebody DCs in the middle of your key, like, that's Blizzard says you failed the key. You know what I mean? It's like, that's just not fair. Like, it really isn't. Like, the fact that you have no agency or control over that is really not. It's just not how the system should be. No other system in the game works that way either. That's the big thing that's always stuck out in my mind.
Here, side withers as the gorm feasts. Balance must be restored.
Hey Dylan, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Why do so many people using Metro Stream to vent their frustrations? I have no idea. Yeah, this has been a weird couple months here. I'm grateful, especially for all the new viewers and stuff, but yeah, there's been a lot of weird conversations that have gone on in the last few weeks. I just started joining other people's 10s, but that doesn't matter. Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the fact that the key goes backwards. Whether or not you can play around it, obviously everybody can, but somebody's key is still going to go backwards no matter if you join somebody else's or not. Got a scenario kind of similar to the Dillasan video you made earlier. Yeah, that was you sending me that? I'll have to check that out.
Beware.
There's just so much going on. It's hard to keep track of the Discord messages, but I'll try to remember. Warlock purposely griefs at 8. Yeah, I definitely want to check that one out. That's a good video any time of the year for sure. Just to expose those people. Especially now that, like, people are getting banned for this shit.
Beware. Beware.
Is the attitude around Mythic Plus always this bad? Only started doing it seriously in the War Within. What do you mean by the attitude? Like, I think people are a little bit maybe more on edge than normal because keys are harder, but in general, like, yeah, I guess this is just how video games go that are serious and difficult.
Beware.
I wouldn't really say the attitude is bad, but I don't know. Maybe you want to clarify what you mean by that? I wonder how Mythic Plus would look if Blizzard removed the keystone. I think they would do that in a solo queue system. That's why I've been thinking it's coming. I'm not a Mythic Plus doomer. I enjoy it a lot. I'm pugging 2 alts in addition to my main. Sweet. Yeah, WoW's great right now. I agree. I meant the amount of complaints, debates, YouTube videos on X is wrong with Mythic Plus. That's just how influence culture goes. Like, once one person makes a video on it and it proves to be successful, then other people start basically stealing that idea. There's nothing actually wrong with Mythic Plus. Like, it's working the same way it's always worked. People just are now latched onto this topic. Basically, like, the way the WoW, the way WoW content creators seem to work is like, they always have to find something to talk about. Like, there can't possibly be, like, a peace period in the game. Like, there's always got to be some problem with the game. And then, like I said, once, like, one topic proves to be, like, worth making videos on, then everybody starts making videos on it. So that, like, is not relevant to the actual game, I wouldn't say. At this point, it's just a trend that exists in World of Warcraft. I'm just saying, instead of making all the changes that people want in Mythic Plus, why doesn't Blizzard just work on delves? Because it's not what people want. Making a delve system better is something they can do, and making a Mythic Plus system better is something they can do, and they should do both. But more people want Mythic Plus to be better than delves to just be something that seems like Mythic Plus, but for solo people. The most annoying topic WoW content creators talk of is Classic Plus overlay. I do motorcycle content, and the videos that get more views are always negative. Oh yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately how the world works. Baxi says, I'm telling you, a lot of people who are hard complaining this season are the classic Andes who came out at launch. Yeah, no doubt. That's a whole different topic too. Like, there's a lot of disingenuous conversation happening around Mythic Plus 2, or people who are just whining, basically. Also, I don't know if you heard me before. Oh, Faxi also said, since Raid Prog is over, I'm going to start actually pushing soon. Oh, sweet. Also, I don't know, would you be able to send me a screenshot of that conversation you had? I want to make a video on that, and it would be a lot better if I had just a screenshot of that thing about from the thing. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing to do, though. It might not be a good thing to do, but I want to make a video on it one way or the other, so. About the potential having only deaths instead of a timer. It's an interesting topic. Hey Achilles, what's up, buddy? You sure it's exclusively classic Andes? He's saying that because it seems like there's a lot of people who are, like, shocked by Mythic Plus's difficulty, like if they've never done it before. Oh, okay. Well, if you have anything that you think would be interesting for a video, let me know. How can Mythic Plus be hard? There are levels. It's just like the levels that you are on are harder than they have been. Like, it takes more effort to succeed. It's harder to progress from one level to the next, etc. You don't ever stay at a level, though. No, you're always making progress, right? That's just not how it works. Is who gets surveyed completely random? I don't think I've ever gotten one. Yeah, it must be. I've gotten like one in my whole life. Possible that you just missed it, yeah. Anyone that played the old fixes should see The War Within as easier. No, the old fixes were ridiculously easy compared to what we have nowadays. Those old fixes got nerfed to the absolute ground, dude. Like, I don't know if you just don't remember that or what, but the old fixes were mostly like the most thing that people complained about was just that they were annoying. They were never really hard. Like season 1, I like the dungeons more. The dungeons were really good in Shadowlands. I agree with that. Yeah, we're just talking about like terms of difficulty. Bolstering Waycrest Manor was fun. Oh, really? All the fixes were a tank and healer inconvenience only. DPS could and did ignore them. Sometimes they were not. Like, they weren't always a tank and healer inconvenience, but yeah, one way or the other, they were very, very easy to deal with compared to what we have now. Now there's just nothing you can do. Like, what's the answer to not? What's the answer to peril? Like, not die? Oh, right, that's easy. If that was easy, everybody would upgrade every key they did, you know? There's not a lot of way to play around a lot of this stuff. All the casters that won't get kicked and sit in sanguine. It's just like annoying, right? Like, yeah. Molesting was the hardest to fix. When was that in a fix? That was maybe a different game. Bolstering siege was actually fun. Just drag the spotter around the whole dungeon. Oh, you like that? I fucking hated that kind of thing. I didn't like that kind of thing, but that was not really part of the... I mean, that was just because of bolstering, really. It had nothing to do with anything else. As a tank, Inspiring was hell, really. Inspiring was like, it could have been really bad, but it was actually like very, very easy because like 90% of the time Inspiring existed, it was in a very, very easy mob that you can just ignore. Not having sanguine, bolstering, explosive, and all that bullshit is so freeing. When it used to be like, oh my god, in 3 weeks it's a push week. Yeah, see, that was just you guys being dumb, though, to be honest. Like, that was never the game doing that. Like, unless you were doing like the absolute top keys, like there was no such thing as a push week. Like the affixes were so easy that it didn't matter what the affixes were. There was some slight difficulty variability, but it was mostly just you had to learn how to deal with the affixes differently. It was never actually like objectively harder that you couldn't succeed. But on top of that, the issue with that was more that people had a bad perspective. Like it was score that was confusing you into thinking that, because if the keys gave different score per affixes, which they obviously should have, considering that people say they're different difficulties, it's like that would have changed everything, right? Like if you got weekly score, like a score based on the affixes, then there wouldn't be a push week. Like it would never exist. And that's how it should have been changed. That should have been what they did instead. Just gave score for the affixed sets. These are obviously different. This week's affix with balls flying around is super annoying. Oh, yeah, that's only for low keys, though. Only keys below 12. 8 gigahertz with somebody. How's the keys today? Same as always, yeah. Looks like we're going to finish this one, although I don't understand why this guy... Did I not res him? Yeah, I didn't res him. I actually like that because I made the most score in the hardest weeks. Bad people weren't playing in those weeks. Yeah, I mean, like, it was just like a stupid loophole, basically, that you can get score from easy weeks and not any extra from hard weeks. Like, that should not have been how score ever worked. I mean, the original concept was made by people who, like, had no real interest in developing a good system. They just wanted to make their website, I think. So we kind of got fucked from the start by Raider.io. I love having no... Oh my god, man. What is going on? I love having no affixes in higher keys, personally, which is why... Oh yeah, no, I can see why people like it. I was just saying that it was not... All this concept about push week is not real, and the difficulty was obviously way easier than it's ever been before. You're welcome to like it, and I don't think you're alone in liking it. But it's just the whole push week thing is not real. In Blizzard's mind, they were all equal. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, Blizzard didn't want to make score in the first place. We got fucked by Raider.io's like bad design, you know. Like they basically just bought out Raider.io because it became so popular. Blizzard didn't like care to innovate on that at that point. What else? New dispelling affix is just as annoying as afflicted, to be honest, if not worse. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we basically got worse affixes, and now it's way harder than it's ever been. So unless you do above 12 only, like I do, then you get a worse system. Don't know, even in mid keys doing like sanguine or explosive meant a huge chance in depleting, because especially worse players would not adjust to them. Yeah, I don't know. Sanguine is like, what do you mean worse players? Either way, like, the affixes never healed the boss like they do now, right? Like, look at that affix. I made a video on this a couple weeks ago where Harry's group just fails to do the affix. It just keeps healing the boss like 20% of his health every time. Like, these affixes are just way harder than anything in the past. And the big thing is that they all impact bosses now, whereas they all used to just be trash only. How much would it be to buy out one Azeroth TV? Oh, is that a joke? The asset on the ground never goes away. Yeah, I guess not, yeah. Sanguine was like, oh, this immovable caster is now AFK in a pool for 30 seconds? No, it only lasted like, what, 8 seconds or something? Sanguine didn't just like infinitely last. I mean, that was a problem with Sanguine, and they could have fixed it a few ways, but like, what other examples are there besides that one thing? Like, that's really all there was at the end. Was Sanguine was just a pain because some casters. I think it was Faxi who always said that the best way to do it was Sanguine to silence the mob. My solution was always to make Sanguine do like more and more healing as it went on. So like at the very beginning, it would barely heal at all, but if the mob sits in there for too long, it would then heal a lot more to punish you for not moving quicker. The time loss was crazy, and it's just not a fun concept. It really wasn't crazy though, that's what I'm saying, yeah. You're just not remembering it very well. Like, all of these affixes caused you to lose time, and it was not like something that would ever mean the key didn't succeed. Making it a DR was my thought. Oh yeah. I don't know. I think the stat buff for doing the affix properly is great, opposed to old affixes existing. Right, they could have did that with the old affixes too, right? They could have made them all into kiss curses. I made a video on that in Shadowlands about how to convert all the current affixes into kiss curses. Sanguine turned into a disaster with those stationary, uninterruptible caster mobs. I agree, it was not fun, but it, again, like, you can play around it. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is an error that everybody made. Like, you can just not let that happen. You know what I mean? There's not zero way to interact with that. I have definitely depleted keys in the past due to Sanguine healing, adding minutes to the timer. I don't believe you. At the end of the day, I don't believe you. And like I said, I got it all documented. I mean, if you want to go look back through the VODs or something, but like, this isn't really a topic that I care that much about, but you definitely can do shit about it. Don't forget, the mobs die when you attack them, right? Like, I never really understood why people say that. Like, you can literally just attack the caster. Like, prioritize killing the caster. People don't do that, though. Like, DPS just fucking suck at this game. Like, they refuse to actually try to improve their strategies. They just sit there and AoE the whole time. And if you try to suggest not doing that, they're like, oh, bro, that's a damage loss. It's like, well, no shit. Didn't we just say the affix was an important thing? I don't know. Did you get the Fell motorcycle? No, but I started working on it. It's fucking insanely good. I'm really excited about that. You might be right if popping explosive did damage to the mobs. Yeah, that's maybe what I even said there. I had a lot of good ideas. I felt like
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Tyrlos, glad to see you again, man. Complaining is easier than getting better. Yep. What about the dude in Discord? No, he said he wasn't able to chat or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's get that on the sheet. I don't even know how we got on that topic, but yeah, the new affixes are way harder than anything in the past, no doubt. There's no question about that. Just because we have the Peril affix and the 12 affix. Like, even if, you know, I guess even the lower keys I would say are harder, but I mean, most people are going to get to 12 pretty quickly, so comparing what we have now to then is just the landscape is way more difficult. There not being affixes is nice. I can see why people would like that, but it's clearly created a situation where there's like way firmer walls that you run into, which I would be shocked to hear people actually prefer. Like, we've never had this happen before where we cannot get it. Like, I cannot be invited to a 14. Like, so I don't know. It's really like, maybe it's just the state of Blood Death Knight, but I don't really buy it. I think it's more how difficult the content is. Because there's been times where Blood Death Knight's been ridiculously bad and I still had no problem. The Death Timer fix sucks, but the new affixes are so much easier than the previous ones. Because they're not. Yeah, like I just said, they impact bosses. That's all we need to know that they're harder than the other ones. Like I said, go if you haven't seen the video, I made a video on it. Harry's group continually fails to handle the affix, and it just keeps healing the boss over and over again. No affixes in the game impacted bosses at the end of like when they were removed. There was a lot that did at one point, but they were all removed. Is it not worth trying to run your own key? It would be if I don't run my own key. I don't like doing it. Thoughts on the new rotation of dungeons? I got a whole video on that. Check it out. The 12 affix is dumb for sure. Either leave the Kiss Curse and add the 10% buff to mobs, or don't and add the 10% buff and remove the Kiss Curse. Well, so this is why I said that it was a wasted time for this feedback in the first place, because basically a lot of people said they wanted no affixes, okay? So you had two different camps who wanted no affixes. One was the top players out there, because they didn't like the actual top players, then push weeks exist. They didn't like sitting there thinking like, well, we can't make any progress without the best affix sets, right? Which is stupid that the system allowed for it in the first place, because that's not how the system should have ever been designed. This was really a problem with Mythic Plus score more than anything. But anyway, those were one of the two people who cared about it, right? Then the other people who cared about it are like low-key people, like people who like don't try to progress. And their complaint was like, oh, this is unfun. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the same bullshit argument. It's like, they're not there to be fun. They're there to be changing the texture of the dungeon and making you think about the challenge week to week, right? But some people think like, oh, everything in the game needs to be copiously fun, otherwise why would I pay for this video game, okay? So they listened to this feedback, which was flawed from the start, because you're listening to two people who are being relatively disingenuous. The top key pushers were not necessarily being disingenuous, but their problem was with Raider IO score and Mythic Plus score in general, okay? Their problem was not actually with affixes. If there was score to be gained weekly, then they would have no problem whatsoever. Their problem would dissipate overnight. So that was the right choice. So anyway, you listen to these people who are basically giving bad feedback, and then you change the game in a way that's not compatible with the change. Like, they're asking for something that just can't work, right? The system could not have no affixes. It needed to have some layer of difficulty that impacts the scaling and, you know, the things that are going on in the game. So then they create this convoluted ass system where we have two different affix sets. And then on top of that, they throw something like Peril in because they feel like the new affixes are so much easier, right? Like that's probably all I needed to say to confirm that, you know, things are different now, that they had to add Peril, right? So they think like, well, with this new system, there needs to be something inherently punishing about the dungeon if it's not actually going to be the affixes, right? Because they make the affixes into this Kiss Curse mentality, and then the 12s are like a whole different thing. So there's going to be like two divides in between the two types of communities now, right? So that tells you that they believe something was going to happen. And then you look at the reality of the game, it didn't fucking happen. Like, keys are way, way harder than they've ever been. And the Peril affix is basically adding insult to injury on top of this. So it's like everybody who asked for this shit put us in this position. Because the system worked fine as it was. You just didn't like it. And now you're asking Blizzard to remove something that didn't work as you liked it, but did function, to add something that you might like. You're not sure you like it because you never played it, but you sounds like you would like it, that may not function well. You know, so we had the best case scenario and we got the worst case scenario now. So hopefully everybody's happy, but it doesn't fucking sound like it. Because we just talked about this for an hour and a half now about people complaining about Mythic Plus. So it's like, I don't know. You guys asked for this, we got it, and this is the results. Like, I don't know. It's unfortunate, but like, this is very, very common in WoW. You guys ask for stuff, they listen to bad advice, honestly, like half-baked advice that you have not thought through, but you just think you would like because you have some idea in your head that makes it sound right. And then Blizzard's like, well, we can't half-bake it. We have to make a system around this advice. So how do we do it? They're not fucking good at doing it. Like, they've demonstrated they're not successful at this, like year after year after year, of taking out something and implanting something new and it working out of the gate. And now we're in this situation where everybody's unhappy again. Like, you should have just not, you should have been more aware that this was going to happen and not gave this feedback and just agreed that everything was fine as it was. Nobody asked for this specifically. You did. That's what I just explained. I literally just explained that. You asked for something that was not compatible with the way the game was going to work. And because of that, Blizzard had to do what they did. So you asked, if you believe you didn't ask for this specifically, then that's me saying you did not think this through. You gave half-baked feedback and rammed it down their throat to the point where they had no choice but to listen to it just to shut people up. And now we have what we have. It's not the feedback that's the issue. It absolutely is. In this case, it is absolutely the issue. Because people asked for something that was not compatible with Mythic Plus. There was never going to be keys with no affixes whatsoever. That was not on the table. I don't know why anybody thought it was. Like, it was never on the table. That's not how keys work. It's the same thing about asking for no depletion. Like, it's really not on the table because you have to have a depletion system given the way keys work currently. So if you're asking for there to be no depletion, they're going to have to change the entire key system. We're doing it again, right? With this depletion topic. Although I agree this one's worth more consideration because I don't really feel like the system works very well right now. But regardless, it's the same thing. You're asking for something you don't fully understand the ramifications of asking for. And then when it comes, you're like, wait, why did they do this? I didn't ask for that. It's like, you did. You just don't realize you asked for it. Other than it being iffy during bosses, how does it not work? It's an easy change, just like when they change bolstering. I don't even know what you're reacting to, sir. Everyone asks for different things. Also, people that ask do not consider things Blizzard has to consider. Yes, that's what we're saying. They have to make a system around what you're asking, and your feedback is like very incomplete. Like, think of it this way. This just happened to my character, so this jogged my memory. But somebody said it's very boring that characters move so slow in WoW. This was a long time ago, okay? So somebody was like, character speed should just be doubled. And somebody made this argument to me a long time ago. And it always sticks in my head. Because this is like the ultimate, like, you did not think this through, right? If character speeds are doubled, then all of a sudden every room that you fight in has to be twice the size, right? Because they're not just going to suddenly make it possible for you to navigate a field or a mechanical thing or whatever in double the speed. They're going to change the game around that. So now bosses need to be bigger. Now all of a sudden the game has larger mechanics, physically larger. So now all of a sudden your hardware is working twice as hard. You know what I mean? Your computer is now having to render things twice as often. And it's like you're asking for the suite of changes that you have not thought about, all because you don't like moving slowly. Like it's you just haven't thought this through. You know what I mean? That's the exact same situation that we had with the removal of Titan forging, the arguments about flying over the years, the arguments about LFR, the arguments about pretty much every Mythic Plus topic. These people are just not thinking it through, but they're like knee-jerk reacting to something that they think they would want. And then, you know, the monkey's paw thing happens where Blizzard does what they believe they need to do to make that feedback work, and it's never what you wanted in the first place. Anyway, you said the current fixes don't work, so I'm asking how they do not work other than them not affecting bosses. I don't remember saying that, sorry. What I was talking about that doesn't work is the depletion system. I said before, the old system, like the entire suite of progression, it worked, but it wasn't liked. Okay, people didn't like it, but it worked. It worked very well. But now the new system doesn't work as well. Like, people are literally walled, like constantly walled. I hear people talk about not even being able to do low keys. But people ask for this. So, like, do you like it? You know what I mean? Like, we traded one thing for the other. Are you happy with the results? That's the question I'm posing to people. Titan forging was stupid? Well, regardless of your thoughts on Titan forging, that was just an example. Every Mythic Pluser is my wife and doesn't know what they want. Well, it's the problem, not that they don't know what they want. They know what they want. They just don't know how it would have to be implemented. No, I don't mean the squish, no. I mean all the changes to Mythic Plus, like from Season 4 to Season 1. In the speed example, that just seems like it would be bad faith on Blizzard's part. The feedback is my character feels sluggish, and that doesn't get fixed by doubling everything. That I don't remember the actual argument the person made. I just remember saying, like, him saying that, like, in other games, your character moves faster relative to the world, and he thought it was stupid that, like, you can, like, your character's running and he's moving this slow or something. I don't remember what the argument was. It just sticks in my head that it's one of those things that, like, if they actually just doubled your character's speed, the entire game's mechanical suite would have to change. It's not just, they can't just do that and the game works. That's what I'm saying about all of these things. These things can't just be done. They have to change things around them as well. Low keys are misery now. They weren't in Dragonflight with the old fixes, right? I don't know exactly why, but one way or the other, we got the results here. As a high key pusher, I personally love no fixes. Absolutely hated almost all the old fixes and the idea of push weeks. Again, if you're at the absolute pinnacle of the sport or whatever you want to say, then yeah, I could see your point. But I doubt you were, honestly. I think you probably were just too focused on these like theoretical differences in the fixes, and if you just actually tried the same amount all the weeks, you would have the same success, because that's what I had. There was never a week where I had vastly more success than any other week. I played every single week. They didn't matter at the end. Like, pretty much from the end, like Dragonflight Season 2 and onward, the affixes mattered nothing. Like, they didn't do anything. The problem is the squish in the end. People think a 5 is easy as a 5 back then. Well, that's not what we're if people are confused on that, that's their problem. That's not what we're talking about. I'm just comparing the difficulty progression of Mythic Plus to the difficulty progression that was in the past. The truth is people doing 5s should be doing delves. Yeah, yeah. That's true too, but that's not what I'm discussing currently. They squashed in Dragonflight Season 4, but the community didn't feel as bad as Keys. Right. I'm comparing like Season 4 prior to the affix changes to Season 1 after the affix changes. But we're not comparing it to prior to the squish. I'm comparing it to what we would have had without the affix set. Like, we're not talking about the squish. I'm not talking about the squish. I'm talking about what we changed after the squish had already happened. The squish happened in Dragonflight. I'm talking about changes in the War Within. The squish gives a perceived much smaller field of progression. Like I mentioned earlier, you had basically 20 levels of play before it got hard. Yeah, that's a good thing. In my eyes, that's a good thing. What do you think is the best median? I don't know. What do you mean by that? Median for what? Medium for what? More levels you have, the harder it is to progress, but I think it depends on the amount of players. I think the old system was just worse. The squish, again, I'm using general terms that might be confusing people, so I apologize for that. But prior to the squish, it was worse because there would be a lot of like failure that you weren't failing because the keys were granular in their difficulty and they started so low. Yeah, it's like really bad because people would spend hours failing and not realizing they were failing. I understand that the change isn't great for mid-tier players, but at the top end, it's honestly great. I just think you're being, like you said, I've got a push team on top of it, and some weeks were just impossible to time. What level did you do in Dragonflight Season 4? Because the level that I did, it was like there was zero change. Like, it was the exact same difficulty week after week. I think first season of expansions are also usually more difficult. That's true too, but we're way past that at this point. Like, we've surmounted that. Usually the first few weeks are way harder because you're coming from blues instead of gear from the previous season. My idea is that people who play Mythic Plus are different than people who play PvP or Raid. It's a good idea. At 12, the mobs are buffed, and additionally, you lose bonus stats for 1/3 of the dungeon. Blizzard admitting the jump was too high, and this is why. Yep, that's what I said. Like, the whole system is just worse, I would say. 18s. What was the number that we were at? Let's see. What was like the highest key that? Oh yeah, what am I looking at? Season 4. Yeah, okay, so you were one level above me. Anyway, the whole idea that everyone has to do everything to get gear is just broken. Sure. What else? Also think making tanks weaker and adding lots of random one-shots that making the dungeons most punishing has contributed to making the season a misery. Where are there random one-shots? That one I don't understand that. Tanking is weaker, but it's only actually the truth if you're shitty at tanking. From what I could tell, like, it's not weaker if you actually play the spec. But if you get like that guy that I made a video on last weekend, then yeah, I could see tanking being weaker. I think PvP is its own thing, but Mythic Plus and Raid people cross over pretty hard. Definitely agree with that. In Legion, there were like dungeon set bonuses. Okay. There's no random one-shots. If you think you're randomly getting one-shot, you aren't understand tanking. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Tanking being hard to get into is the problem. I wouldn't say it's hard to get into. What makes you say it's hard to get into? I was doing 17s and 18s in Dragonflight Season 4 Blood Death Knight. What's your thought on it then, Randy? Do you feel like there was some affixes that were just way harder than others? Because in my recollection of it, there were not. The only thing I could think of is Tacticians and Dawnbreaker when they enrage. Yeah, that one's actually pretty rough. I agree with that. But yeah, there's definitely no random one-shots. Like, that's just not how the game works one way or the other. And Vic randomly messages me while we're having this conversation. Oh yeah, I gotta fix the chat. I forgot about that. Thanks. I just need to press the button. I just turned it off when I was recording. But why is it not working now? Or chat. Maybe somebody has to chat. They need to bring back AoE stops. I feel like that will help pugs because no one wants to interrupt, but will stun and knock back mobs. Yeah, no, see, that's a good... Yeah, okay, it works. That's a good change. That change is needed to happen because otherwise it was very easy for one person to interrupt every single mob in the dungeon. That's just like a power creep issue with the game. Like, the game has way too many stops. But they don't want to take out the stops, you know what I mean? If you're a DPS that's dabbled in tanking in the past, it feels like a harder ask now. Oh, yeah. I don't know what would change. I don't know what would be different, to be honest. Stops. Oof. The big second pull in Grim Patrol where all the Earth Bolts are going out. Well, those don't all need to be kicked. But yeah, that's a good example why that shouldn't exist, because those types of interrupts are really bad for the game. If you can just stop like 20 casters all casting with one spell like for a while, that's really not fair. Oh my god, this guy's key is going all over the place. Earlier today it was a 15, now it's down to a 13. Sign up to that dude's key again. Tanking is so hard, says the tank that expects to live everything without pressing any defensives ever. Yeah, well, I mean, he was saying it was hard to get into, I think was what he said, but... On healing, you have stupid health bar debuffs that you need to heal. Yeah. Is that abnormal? Tanking is hard because everyone else thinks they can tank better than you. Yeah, that's... Reality is, it's hard because people suck. It seems harder this season. I mean, everything's harder this season, yeah. But I just wouldn't say that Blizzard made those changes that you said they made on purpose or anything. Honestly, the biggest difficulty in tanking this season has been the backseaters. Yeah, that's the biggest issue with tanking every season. It's not only about living yourself, but bad pulls can kill your teammates, for example, if there's too many casters. Right, and that's how tanking always works. Oh, it's this person again. Are you the YouTuber? Tanking is hard because you actually have to know your class way better, and that is not enough. You need dungeon knowledge. You also need thicker skin because it's either you or the healer who gets blamed if things go wrong. Yeah, you're right. That's a big issue for sure. I feel like they backseat even more when there's less tanks too, because they've been waiting all day to get into a key and feel the need to control it. That's probably true, yeah. That's a good way to think about it. You mentioned you'd still like to see a way to upgrade Hero Track to Mythic. Anything else you would like to see? Re-gearing? I could make like a 2-hour video on how I would change gearing in Mythic Plus. It's not gonna happen though. Some healers can handle incoming damage way easier than others. Oh, really? Mage offline again. Been doing more DPS the last 2 weeks, and I approach it with a bit more understanding for the tanks and healers. Yeah, you can learn a lot from just doing the different roles. Yeah, it's probably for the best. That guy should probably just log off. For real. Anyway, just the conversation of taking healing too hard being repeated ad nauseum is also contributing to putting off people from even trying it. True. Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's the best point I've heard made, actually. Just this weird idea that it's bad or hard is causing people to not try it. But they need to get over that because it's not real. Just saw you pop up on the 13 Siege group I was in. Oh, yeah? What, like I signed up for it? What's up, Metro? Hey, Cannoli, welcome. Bro's doing a name change as we speak. He fucking should. That name is... I would be embarrassed to have that name if I was him. The definition of success as a tank is doing the basic job. Nothing really stands out. Oh, yeah. Is this your group? I'll sign up to it again. Homework at HW, is that what this guy's saying? He's saying he doesn't need the key. Do the 13 siege though. We're talking Mythic Plus, not raid. One tank to another. Tanks don't stand out? Yeah, I don't know what that went. That didn't seem right to me either. As a healer, when does a Blood Death Knight need my help in Mythic Plus? Is it just giving externals when they run out, or are there times you need significant healer throughput? There are times I need significant healer throughput, and you will not be able to match the amount I need, so there's no real way for me to answer this question without you being in Discord with me. Like, not, I'm saying for me and you talking about it on stream, I mean during the run. So just don't bother. Like, as the healer, if depending on what healer you have, just give them a CD on the pole and just let them do what they gotta do. Why does YouTube not tell me when you're live, but Discord does? Discord. I don't have anything set up in Discord, but I don't know why YouTube doesn't, but I always stream at the same hours every day pretty much, so. He wouldn't take anyone for 10 minutes? Oh, and this key. Well, it's all good. I'll sign up. They need to undo whatever they did to tanks and just bring back AoE stops. It'll make tanking easier, and I think more people will want to tank. Yeah, see, this is a misnomer. Like, there's plenty of people who want to tank as it is. I don't know why people think that people don't want to tank. Like, every group needs a tank, and people constantly complain about not getting invites. So the easiest way to tank is, or the easiest way to get invites is to tank. That means everybody wants to tank. Like, tell me that there's 0 people out there who look at that as an incentive. It doesn't even make sense. Like, I don't know. I'm not really sure why this gets said so often, but it feels awful right now, doesn't it? I mean, not to me. I think tanking's the best it's ever been as a Blood Death Knight, at least. If they want people to tank, they need to auto-mute DPS. I mean, that's really the big problem with tanking. I feel like this is DPS brain talking. You're still going to have to learn the route, and you're still not going to be doing as much DPS as DPS. What are we talking about? I swapped a tank purely due to never finding one. Never looked back. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the biggest incentive to play a tank that could ever exist. So no matter what they change, like, that's never going to trump that. League of Legends has a mute all feature where you can't send or receive messages, and your team can enable it. Do you think WoW Pugging would benefit from this? It's, again, not, like, Pugging is not that. Like, that exists in a system where you all get forced together randomly. You can't have that. And the current version of Pugging is just you forming a random group with anybody you want and entering a dungeon. Like, that would never exist. Does Death's Advance and Hand of Freedom work on the first boss of Caught Tank Buster? I don't know about Hand of Freedom, maybe. Death's Advance just passively, like, removes slows anyway, like, to a certain degree, so I never noticed it, I guess. Just out of curiosity, why do you never do your own key? I don't enjoy doing it. Tanking is super fun this season, and people will look back at Shadowlands Season 1 and be like, oh yeah, I loved running in circles and not getting hit by mobs. Yeah, certainly the best it's been, in my opinion. Tanking seems to get better season after season. Do you still have snow on the ground, Faxi? Vic's asking. He's going to be coming into the New England area for Christmas, and he's wondering if there's snow on the ground. I know it's gotten really warm here, so all of our snow's melted. Oh yeah, you still do. I find tanking a lot of fun. I actively push keys on 2 tanks. Sweet. A huge storm took out my lawn chair last night. It was really, really windy here this morning. When I was walking to the post office this morning, I was seeing like chairs and signs blow all around. It was kind of harrowing. We have more coming this weekend too. Oh wow. Where are those tank logs at? I recently found Warcraft logs aren't accurate for Mythic Plus. Wait, why? What was the I don't understand the question either way. Was that somebody else said something about logs, maybe? You might have seen mine then. Yeah, do you live on Main Street? Because as I was walking to the post office, there was shit flying everywhere. You pug basketball games at the park. Are there any roll shortages you've noticed? I'm still waiting for my neighbor to pick up his garbage bin from my backyard. Oh, really? How long do you wait? Like, is there a time when you're just eventually going to give up and throw it over his fence or something? No offense, and I'll get it this evening or before the weekend, hopefully. Good. Why does the name Frosty Boy seem familiar? I don't know. Johnny mentioned tank logs. Per Warcraft logs, I'm 99% parser every dungeon. Oh yeah, I don't know what that... It doesn't have anything to do with your actual DPS, I don't think. I think there's something separate. Like, you can look at DPS too, but what they're ranking you by is just like you succeeding. As a brewmaster, it might be accurate. I'm doing better than... Oh yeah, no, it's probably just... Yeah, I think there's like a separate log section for DPS and other stuff. You think Mythic Plus having its own scaling gear / tier would be good or bad? It would be bad, yeah. I don't think Mythic Plus should be like its own system unless they want to actually just like remove it from the game. What is your / played up to? Oh, and this character? I have no idea. Total time played on this character, 123 days. Yes. Time well spent. So that's just on this character. I mean, my original Paladin had over a year played when I stopped playing it, so I don't know. I probably got like, I would imagine over 2 years played now easily. Crazy to think about, yeah.
We'll secure heroes. We'll secure the docks while you push further into the. With any luck, we'll drive. With any luck, we'll drive this.
Friday the 13th here. Yeah, it's gonna be here too. I think Friday the 13th everywhere. You just already have it, I guess, is what you were reacting to. Okay, that guy just randomly charged the mob I was trying to grip. I'm gonna be watching Frosty Boy because I've come across that dude, but I can't remember where. Oh yeah. I don't know. I always check the sheet, I guess, but Siege is the best dungeon in the pool. Oh yeah. I actually like Siege. This pool should have been awful, like horrible, but it ends up being decent. Key percent is just of all classes that has done XX level key. Where do you rank? Oh really? It just seems weird. If you remind me, we'll talk about this after the key because I do want to look at it. It just seems weird because it's like I don't know of anybody who doesn't get 99s. Like every time I look at logs, everybody's 99. I thought Siege would be terrible for Blood Death Knight. Oh really? Yeah, you mean like before the season started you thought it would be? I definitely thought it was going to be one of the worst ever, but it ends up being a much, like, they changed it in such a way that it's actually really good. You can just pull up top runs and compare your damage to what they did. Nice. Key percent is not 99 usually. Parse percent is 99. Oh yeah. Do you think that practicing the hardest keys like? Do you think that practicing the hardest keys like for me it's Paralysis is a good thing? Yes. You should practice the things you want to get better at. Is that your question? Outside the third boss, would they even change in Siege? I mean, a lot of small stuff has changed. Like, there's different routes, different count. Like, but yeah, the big thing is just the bosses. Pretty much all the bosses saw significant changes from BFA. I can't stand Necrotic, Mist, and Air Kara. Oh, really? I definitely haven't been having a lot of fun in Necrotic Wake, but I'm glad we finally got it done. You can't hop off after the start anymore. Oh yeah, they changed that too, right? Yeah, you can't bolster the mobs and have them kill everything. That's a big change. Remember the dogs in Trash in BFA? What? Where? Here? Necrotic Wake was my weakest dungeon the first 4 weeks of the season. I practiced it a bunch. Sweet. Yeah, it's important to do that. I have a lot of trouble doing that. Because there's like a lot of feedback. Like if I feel like I'm doing poorly in a dungeon and then people start criticizing me for what I'm doing in the dungeon, I'll feel like really, like it's like very defeating, you know? Another reason why key depletion is a problem, because if I just had the ability to just practice the key over and over again, I wouldn't have to worry about that. They nerfed the spotter doing damage to mobs back in BFA. Oh, did they? I don't remember when they changed it, I guess. Honestly, Necrotic Wake started as the best, but it's turned into the worst. Oh yeah, you mean like it started as the best in Shadowlands, and now the version it's at now is bad? Because I would agree with that. The problem in Mist is the second boss is often a clown show. Oh really? That one's definitely the easiest of the three in my eyes. Necrotic Wake was a banger in Shadowlands. I think it was because of the weapons. I really, a lot of people didn't like them at the time, but just like we were talking about before, you asked for them to get removed, and now look at how bad the dungeon is. Like the dungeon was designed with the weapons, you know what I mean? And a lot of what made it interesting was how you can pull really aggressively with them. Hey Strummy, what's up, man? I feel like Necrotic Wake was tuned around the systems. Yes, exactly. That's what we were just saying. Not only just the actual weapons, but the Kyrian buff as well was absolutely huge. I think spotter killing mobs in the dungeon was a fun mechanic. They need to add more stuff like that. I think they can add stuff like that as long as bolstering doesn't exist. I did not like that part of it. But like they have that in Necrotic Wake too, right? Where the arrow guy does damage to the trash. I feel like those arrow guys do like way more damage to the trash than they have in the past as well. Guy's doing 3 million DPS, but almost dies from getting meleeed by the mob. Iron Buff made the first boss half the time. Yeah, it really, the dungeon was so different. In the break room at work, and my coworker is screaming at someone on the phone. Bit awkward. Oh shit. You want, have them get in Discord, bro. Like, yeah. Wait, I guess they're already in a voice chat, so it might not be working. The pain boat method's failing for somebody? That's shocking to hear that. Higher teams and controlling a cleaver and letting him go into pulls. Yeah, that's really cool, yeah. That's, I like that, but it's just never gonna work out in a pug setting. Season 2 pool looks promising. I'm excited for Season 2 for sure. Third boss in Sanguine Depths was a bitch to heal. Oh, really? Oh, that boss. Yeah. Tarvold, right? That was a crazy fight. That was the guy that I snapped out of the room and people said I was going to get banned for it and shit. Minus Mechagon. You don't like Mechagon? Workshop, definitely not the one that everybody loved, but I think Mechagon is a good dungeon. It's definitely the best Mega Dungeon all around, if you ask me. I actually really like Theater of Pain, so I'm looking forward to Season 2. Oh, cool. Well, it's coming. Pazivesh Gambit was good. I really liked Gambit, but it was just really bad with some of the affixes. It'd be nice to be able to do it again now without those affixes. Workshop had the bracers again. Fire Mage is going to be huge. Oh yeah, I wonder how that works. Did they address the RP phase of Dark Flame Clefts? The patch isn't even on the PTR yet, so... I'd love Gambit to come back, yeah. I know a lot of people loved it.
Please, ensure Lady Proudmoore safely.
I like Theater 2, but I was Necrolord Resto Shaman. Which one in Tazavesh had all the stuff to dodge? What do you mean? Are you talking about the last fight? That was Streets. With like the walls and the waves they had to go in and out of the portal. How eager is anyone to fight a stupid ring again? To grind a stupid ring again. Oh yeah, I don't know why they're doing that, to be honest. I'm not a fan of that, but we'll see how it goes. I love Theater. I don't understand the hate on the dungeon. It was a hard dungeon, yeah. In the pool of Shadowlands, it was one of the hardest, and yeah, because of 5 bosses, it really made Tyrannical rough. I feel like Gambit was really bad with Necrotic. Oh yeah, it was horrendous. Most affixes that had any type of like explosive, necrotic, all of these that had any type of problem with volume were huge issues. To be honest, it doesn't look like a grind. You get the gems once and then every Tuesday you just upgrade them all with 1 item. That's good. Hopefully that'll be the case. Oh shit. Like not ready. Wait, this guy's still alive? Theater of Pain was a really fun dungeon, especially watching DPS get tossed off the edge, die, and then type healer. Dude, we have a crazy couple videos from that. People falling off the edge in Theater. Prop Pally is carrying Disc Priest. They have the spot heal and poison debuff that Disc don't. Not saying Disc is bad. It definitely is bad, yep. I'm confusing 2 dungeons, I think. The one with the gauntlet where you had to dodge like 3 rooms of orbs. Are you talking about Dawn of the Infinites? That was... Yeah, we're talking about Tazavesh, the Shadowlands one. You're talking about the Dragonflight one. The other side felt like the hardest Shadowlands dungeon. It was a tough one because the timer was not very... Like, there was so much time spent just running. That it was very weird timer-wise. I played a Shadow Priest and saved a few pugs once in a while. Felt like a god, and it's gripping them, you mean, when they fall off. We have one where a monk just, like, flying serpent kicks, and he just, like, he flies. Like, it's crazy. Love the tank trinket out of the other side, though. Oh, yeah, from Streets. Wait, no, you're talking about the other side. Yeah, this I still have it on my bars. Blood spattered scale, right? Fucking cool. Really cool trinket. Perfect. Everything that you would want from a trinket for a Blood Death Knight. First threat and survivability. Insane. Frosty Boy was in the queue with you yesterday. Is that right? How did you do yesterday? Big Red Button will be back next season. Oh yeah, Motherload. I wonder if they'll change it at all.
Beware.
Then Disc just paints up and bury the Prop Pally and easy wins. That's literally it. Disc has always pumped heals but didn't have the utility. Now Prop Pally has all the utility. Disc can just focus on pumping heals. Oh yeah. So that's a big issue for the meta that, or the players that aren't following the meta that adherently. Want to do another 2-hour Rick set with me next season? Oh yeah, do you remember that? I do actually. I love that dungeon. Motherload's gonna be so comforting to be back into. That dungeon really made me the man I am in Mythic Plus. I feel like it was such a challenging experience for Blood Death Knight, and like there were so many targets that you had to pay attention to. I feel like a lot of the gameplay that I'm good at now is because of the time spent in Motherload for a year and a half or whatever, 2 years. Very actually like, yeah, like Motherload means a lot to me for a few reasons. We also had some very memorable Motherloads as well. That was the first key I ever had where we had 0 deaths and we didn't upgrade it as well. Big discussions about route always happen on this channel, but that was back then when it was like proven that like, okay, well, we just didn't upgrade this key, and the route is one of the biggest variables to it. Like, there was no question. Like, everybody was living the entire time, and we still didn't upgrade it. I went from hating Motherload to loving it. Oh, yeah. Pally has gaps in their mitigation against first boss. Oh, yeah, so then Disc helps him with that, too, right? Disc also gives enhanced 500k more raw, yeah, with pain suppression, or power infusion. Do they PS Pally more or DPS? Yeah, maybe it's better to give it to the tank. Especially considering the tank's doing so much damage. Prop Pally's always been really haste scaling as well. Port plus Tyran will be interesting in Motherload. Yeah, that doesn't really exist. Like, it's not... Like, there's no real difference having both of them now. It's almost like you have neither of them. A lot of people said that was going to be how it was, and I said no, it's probably not, but it is how it is. Fights are not long. Like, it's almost like Tyrannical doesn't exist. Not sure if it was a coincidence, but once they realized it was 12 things, kind of went downhill. Oh, you're talking about another funny encounter. I had a funny encounter where I realized how much the jump from 11 to 12 is getting in people's heads. We started what we thought was an 11 and played with confidence. And then as soon as we found out it was a 12, everybody fell apart. Yeah, that's a crazy one. Operation Floodgate is going to be cool. If you like Motherload, you'd like Floodgate. Oh, do you know anything about it? I hope that it'll be like Mekagon and those dungeons with like very high volume. But we'll see. Everybody else is waiting for the PTR. I don't know when it's coming. It feels like it's got to be soon. Fort and Tyrant never affected the game that badly. It was the rest of the fixes. That I disagree with. Fort and Tyrant were the original problem with the fixes. Because certain tyrannical bosses were just really, really, really hard. And then certain fortified trash was just really, really hard. The rest of the fixes, especially late in the affix system, was like mostly just kind of fucking around kind of thing. Like it wasn't really a big deal. But the difference between fortified and tyrannical was heavily documented in this channel, and that was huge. Like whether or not you think like the busting week was easier than the other one, you know, you're welcome to say that, but I'd never experienced that. But I certainly experienced tyrannical being significantly harder than fortified in terms of success rate. How is it possible that this Frost Death Knight is 3k and I'm stuck at 2850? Why? Is he doing poorly? Grievous and Necrotic were the worst affixes. Yeah, they've been gone for a long time, but you know, if we still had those as they got removed, then yeah, you'd be right to celebrate the removal. Those affixes were very unfair, especially Tyrannical Grievous, which went away because Blizzard said it was unfair at one point and then just randomly came back. Like, it was like, wait, why is it back? It was really weird. Because at one point there used to be 12 weekly affix rotations and they cut it down to 10. That was in the beginning of Dragonflight, and then I think they were like, well, we don't have enough combos now. Like, Tyrannical and Grievous have to exist together again.
Beware.
I think that was why that happened. Skittish was the worst. Oh, I love Skittish. Skittish was great for the game because it made people have to actually care about threat. Now everybody just like gets away with blaming the tank if you lose threat. But in Skittish, you're like, nah, bro. It's the affix. Look. Blizzard's telling you, you got to care about it, you know? It was really good for the game. Overflowing was the worst. Oh, yeah, that one was there for like a month, though, right? I love Necrotic. Your group had to help you peel. Oh, yeah, good one. Yeah, Necrotic was horrendous. And people talk about Sanguine being bad. If you think Sanguine was bad for the reasons that people list, then Necrotic was 10 times worse. There was many mobs that you simply could not run away from, especially as a Blood Death Knight. Mobs that couldn't be slowed or, you know, stopped in some way were very frequent, and all it took was one of them to make a pack a nightmare. Oh shit. And then there was that I made a video on this, but this is ridiculously absurd combination in Dragonflight or in Shadowlands. It was Sanguine and Necrotic 1 week. And it's like, that's just not fucking fair. Like, that's absurd. Because like you, as the tank, you basically have to move mobs out of mechanics, but you also have to not get meleeed. So I literally, like, at one point, I like gripped a mob out of Sanguine into my death. Like I sanguined, I successfully dealt with Sanguine, but then fucked Necrotic up. It was ridiculous. Let's see. Need to be dispelled is what I need, but everybody's dead.
Beware.
Prideful gave comedy moments. We have had some funny moments in Prideful, no doubt about that. Disc has no clue. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. 5 deaths from a healer, that's definitely bad. I remember Grawl doing Blood Death Knight on EU during Sanguine Necrotic. One of the funniest videos from him in Shadowlands. Oh, Grawl played a Blood Death Knight? That's funny. So much depleted keys because of people re-rolling to the meta healer. Oh yeah, definitely. Disc is a really bad pick in the Pug world right now, I feel like. What's the death recap? I have no idea. I love popping AG on my Ellie on big poles. Nice. We might see a TBC Akandana wing in season 3. Oh, really? A TBC Akandana? Oh, that'd be awful. Oh, don't tell me that. TBC? Oh, no. I thought you were talking about the WOD challenge mode. Really hope not.
Heroes, we need your aid. That sea giant is demolishing everything in its path.
I really hope not. I mean, I guess it depends. Get Shadow Labs is alright, maybe. I don't know. It's not going to be a good one. It would need like a full rework. Metron Observation Evoker would be cool again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I'd have to level the character, which I have no time for. Okay. This fucking mob is annoying. First expansion, I played Blood Death Knight with Necrotic. I was Dark Iron with Kyron Potions. Oh, yeah. And then if you're a Paladin, too. Oh, my God. It just never existed. No time for alts. Too busy mashing his head on keys. Well, I'm not going to cancel stream to level characters. Is that what you're suggesting I do? I love how smooth Death Knight is. Me too. I rolled an Evoker so I can pug into keys with you on my Wednesdays off. Oh, really? What the fuck is Kappa? It's like a Twitch emote, yeah. I haven't heard anybody say it, like actually speak it though, in a long time.
You won't leave here alive.
They priority theme. It seems like they don't care how far back they go for dungeons. So something in season 3 is going to be related to Auchindoun. Strange. This is like it's like a challenge now to not let this guy die, I guess. People are finally actually switching to it. Is that where Cap comes from? Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. They should bring back Shrine of the Storm. I think that would actually be a good one to bring back.
You're not welcome here.
I was watching Top yesterday. It looks like he was having fun coming back to the game. Yeah, I'm glad that he's back, man. I haven't been able to watch his channel much, but hopefully he's having fun. And it's been, he's been away from the game so much. It's probably like he took like the biggest break of his life. You know what I mean? I thought Blood Death Knight was the best healer. If Priest fails, it's your fault. If anything, what do you mean? I don't know. Your conversations are not very interesting anymore. Too much trolling. What was the worst Mythic Plus dungeon in your opinion? Toldagor. Toldagor was without question the worst. So for the current state of the game, can you get decently geared just from doing zeros? Sort of. It's about to get really, 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 really good though next week. If you didn't see the video I made last night, you'll want to look into that because it's gonna actually like change gearing like substantially. Like unbelievably change gearing. You're gonna be able to potentially craft gear from like very, very like the best gear in the game from like very, very easy content to the point where you can technically just fly around through those like orbs in the sky and use that to craft the best gear in the game thanks to how they're changing things. It's pretty nuts. No, the changes are coming next week, yeah. GG healer. 6 deaths. That whole Toldagor dungeon was ass, with maybe the exception of the first part. Yeah, the first part was kind of cool, actually. Toldagor had tight corners with mobs you could accidentally pull. No, the last boss in Toldagor is the worst thing that ever has existed in any iteration of Mythic Plus. I don't know if you just don't remember it, but that boss was ridiculously bad. That feeling when you pull the entirety of Toldagor with a straight Twilight Devastation. Yeah. The last boss is literally the only thing I liked about Toldagor. You liked the last boss? How could you like that? What did you like about it? You liked having your back against a wall the whole fight and having to like cheese mechanics just to have any chance of survival? The cannons in Toldagor, yeah, that was interesting. At the start of the season with Toldagor, you could pull groups from other levels of the dungeon by accident. Yep. I played Pally. Well, what does that have to do with anything? Oh yeah, we can look at the logs thing. Sure, yeah, let me get that on the sheet. Oh. Not adding to the spreadsheet. Last boss of Toldagor on Grievous with a disc healer was horrible. Sounds like it'd be bad no matter what boss. If it matched out to like 5k withered crest per gilded craft, would you still think it's viable? Yeah, I mean it's possible is all I'm saying. You don't have to get every single crest from it either, you know. Hey Harry, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Jess Howler's trinket was nice. Oh yeah, there was some good gear in Toldagor. There's a good caster trinket too, if I remember correctly. Okay, Warcraft logs. Oh, if there was a dungeon editor, would you be all over that? Oh, bro, if I could take, like what I did with private servers, if I could take the live WoW version and edit it to how I like and play it offline, oh my god, I would go nuts. Showed some guy from work your spreadsheet. He was asking if he should come back, but we decided to study your spreadsheet and videos before coming back. Oh, sweet. Well, let me know if he has any questions. Okay, so what were we talking about? I don't even know what we were talking about initially, but... Our push group had Disc Priest back then. That's the only dungeon he shied away from on Grievous Weeks. Land WoW would be sick. Yep, well, you can do that with private server stuff. Wait, you're on Dalaran? Yep. How did the priest die that last time? Probably just the shoots, like the different shoots. So this is just a percentile of all Blood Death Knights? Which one? So a 13 completed is top 99 percentile. Oh, okay. Is that what it means? That makes sense. Yeah, the healer died 6 times in the dungeon. Pretty rough. If you change to damage, yeah, that's here, right? We talked about this the other day. You see it's still 99 across all, which doesn't make any sense because... Click the little sword, this... That makes a lot more sense. Considering I'm like not prioritizing damage whatsoever. That shows the damage in the actual key. But what level? Oh, it shows fastest. Okay, so it's showing like the highest key basically. It's 3k weathered. Somebody posted it yesterday. I don't think it was that much. But yeah, either way, it's pretty cool. It's the highest DPS, not the highest score. Okay, interesting. That makes a lot more sense. So what is this, though? I don't understand this. Metro the Dark Sun Knight. Yeah. Apparently it's something to do with D&D. It shows all of Blood Death Knights that did an X key, and you were in the 57th percentile for Siege. Yeah. I mean, that makes a lot more sense, because like I said, I don't prioritize offense whatsoever. Can we look at healing? Yeah, that's cool. Let's see what healing says. Lydia Threads? Really? That low? Why? That's strange. 98 in Misto. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Nah, it doesn't matter, though. Alright, cool. Well, thanks for showing me that. It's probably a log from the early season. Oh, maybe. Maybe you just don't take a lot of damage in City. Well, no, it's compared to all Blood Death Knights, right? Yeah, it does definitely... I think even for DPS, honestly. Because there's just, like, too many variables, like, between routes and stuff, you know? Never gonna be at 14, I feel like. Well, what would be a good one? Necrotic Wake. Get more practice with that, maybe? Even DPS should be taken with the grain of salt. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's too many variables in Mythic Plus. It's not like a raid. In a raid, it could matter because you're always going to fight the boss under the same conditions. But in Mythic Plus, you might not... I mean, you literally could fight like totally different organizations of mobs. Have you considered other tunes besides Blood Death Knight? Yes. Any experiments with AUG and lower keys this season? I would have to level the character. Metro, that streamer's key has become a 12. Should have invited me. Never invites me. Crumnum, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. I got recommended some of your old videos, and it's so funny. Yeah, that time in my life was sorely needed too. I was really kind of depressed with my father's passing. So that was a much needed breath of fresh air. It's a fun idea too. It's always back pocket. Like if for some reason we ever can't enjoy content on our Death Knight, then we always have that in the back pocket. What would be another tank that you have considered playing an entire season on? None. Today is my Friday this week. I'm very excited not to work for this place tomorrow or Monday. Yeah, you said you're going to be here all day tomorrow, right? That's cool. Metro Brew when? Never. I just don't really have any interest. Like the only time I ever played Brew in Mythic Plus was to help comp. That's like actually the only time I ever tried it. If anything, if I would try anything, it would be Prot Warrior right now. I'd really like to try Prot Warrior, but I just don't have any interest in leveling characters. Like I'd have to be like reorganizing what I'm already doing with my free time just to level the characters in the first place to get them into Mythic Plus. Eventually I'll have time. Like it won't always be like this, but yeah, we'll get the characters leveled and maybe down the road we'll be able to play alts, but for now that like 5 or 6 hours it takes to level the character is just prohibitive. There's just so many other things I'd rather do. You played Brew and BFA for weeks without Heart of Azeroth. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot that was just a coincidence. I remember asking people what they wanted me to play and people voted for Brewmaster. But the only time I actually intended to play Brewmaster was that time to help comp so I could learn the spec better to teach them the spec better. Metro, I have finished all 11s, but I'm afraid to do 12s. Oh, don't be scared, man. They'll never get better if you don't try. What is a homework key? I have no idea. I don't know why people say that. I assume what they mean is that it's like not score for them. That's all they're saying. I don't know what the point of publishing that is though. Don't worry, I'm your stream encyclopedia. Yeah, you probably know more about some of the stuff I've done than I do at this point because my memory's so bad. Alex was like that too. You guys never really met Alex, but he's a good friend of Siler's that doesn't come around as often anymore. But he is like a fucking librarian. It was crazy. I would say something and like I would be like, Alex, remind me like 2.5 hours from now to do this thing, and he would literally like 2.5 hours to the dot. He would say it. It's like, holy shit. Pretty nuts. No, yeah, then there's bar tab too, right? I don't know whatever happened to that dude. Not Alex Central either, no. He goes by Excalibur. He goes by Alex Caliber, basically. Homework key is not score. Do it to push or change it to a key you need. Oh yeah, I just don't get what homework means. Like, was it Alexa? No. If it's a key they do with other groups, or their group has a better key when they play later. Oh, is that what it means? That's fucking weird, honestly. Why would anybody want to join a key like that? Hey, I'm just using you to get my key to a higher progression point so my group can just benefit from that later on. Yeah, no thanks. Metro, would you ever consider going back to raiding? I just don't have time. I was seriously considering trying to raid in Classic, but it's like the more I think about it, the more I realize it's probably just not possible. I found a guild that does raid at hours I could technically raid. Like they raid late at night, which is not good for me, but at least I can make it reliably. But it's just like, do I really want to just like fuck my sleep schedule up 2 nights a week just to play Classic raids? Like, I don't know. You streaming a few more hours? Yep. Yeah, normal time today. 4:30 will end. What else? I mean, that's every key. They're just being honest about it. Yeah, I guess so, but it's just a weird thing. Like, I feel like how you would do that is very weird. Like, if anything, most people have like a prospect of the group all cares about the key, you know? Whereas this guy's like actually like does not care about that key. He's not there to do that key. He's there to do the next key, and that next key will not, and like you will not be a part of that key. Isn't that every key? I mean, I wouldn't say so, no. I don't think there's many people signing up to keys they don't actually need. I was told that I was like, I mean, people constantly comment on that. Why are you doing, like this guy before, like, why are you doing a key you don't need for score? It gets brought up a lot, so I don't think it's normal. I've had tons of fun on my Prot Warrior. The animation and verbals are cool as fuck. The thunderstorm noise after clap is so cool. Strong, but downtime hurts on occasion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does look cool, too. Mountain Thane or whatever. It looks really cool. I really wanted to try it. Someday. If they ever make delve leveling better, like if you can level fast in delves, I will definitely level more characters. Because I'd really like to get a lot of the stuff that's account-wide from delves. But I don't really have that much interest in doing it on max level characters. But it would be really, really cool to be able to level through delves, like, effectively. But delves give, like, almost nothing right now. It's kind of sad. You don't. I think it would take, like, probably, like, 5 hours just to get one level from a delve. People don't understand that you can play WoW for fun. Oh, you should have seen the conversation earlier. This guy was weird. Strangest fucking conversation I've ever seen. The guy's first comment on the channel is like, hey man, do you think the upcoming tank changes are gonna make tanks better? I was like, what are you talking, like what upcoming changes? And he linked an article from July. It's like, okay. And then he just like goes on like, why are you doing a key you don't need for score? Basically, I was like, I just have fun. He goes, I don't see how you could have fun. Keys are unfun, basically. I was like, what the fuck? Really weird. Anyway, get your 2 classic buffs and let her rip. Where can I find more info on the OP crafting you mentioned? I wouldn't call it overpowered, but I talked about it in the video last night. I was just talking about how you can now, like, basically, you could already do this. You can turn weathered crests into carved crests into gilded harbinger crests, or into runed harbinger crests, and runed into gilded, right? You can do that right now, but they're having the requirements for it. So right now it's 90 per tier, meaning to even get to gilded, you would need 270 of weathered, but it's going to be 45. And since there's no cap, you can theoretically make an entire set of gear Like, you can craft every slot, depending on, I guess, these more specifically. But regardless, you can use your infinite amount of gilded without ever even entering Mythic Plus, which is really cool. Okay, what gear are we even doing? Missed again. We'll say that leveling right now with the experience buff from the anniversary quest and massive experience buff from time walking queue makes it super fast. Oh yeah, I will not ever level through dungeons. It's so boring, I can't do it. I tried it. I actually tried it, and it's just insanely bad. Did someone do the math on how many withered you need? I pinned the comment. The guy did it last night in the comment section of that video. Why would they make gearing that easy? Well, it's not really going to be easy. It's just a funny way to do it. It's going to take you like... The guy said it would take you probably like 80 hours to get a full set of gear like that. Yeah, it's going to take a lot longer, yeah. You shouldn't do that unless you actually think it would be a fun way to do it. I think it would be a fun way to do it, so I'm going to try to do it on my Hunter alt, like the one character I have that could actually get gear from max level content. It's just like a funny little kind of almost like a loophole almost. 1,215 withered will equal 15 gilded. Yeah, there you go. And you only need 60 to craft an item now, right? Is that right? So you need 4,860 to craft one item. It's a lot of flying. But I think it'd be fun to make an item like that. Will we get our crest return from crafting? No. It's just a nerf. Like, they're not going to return it after you've had gear for fucking 5 months.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn.
Yeah, you got the math on the first try there.
Lesson of the void.
That's the least damage I've ever taken from that start of that pack. AMS as well to prevent the debuffs. Oh, there they are. Just kidding, we're taking damage now. Oh, BM Hunter as well, look at that. Any opinion on Bombkins or Resto Druids? Nah, not really. Resto Druid historically was an incredibly bad pick for us, but people are actually taking the interrupt now. And I guess because it's like so off meta that like anybody playing it is actually like decent at it now, where they used to be horrible. Resto Druid meta is like the worst. Disc Priest is actually probably better in our experience. Because at least Disc Priest brings interesting and valuable things to keys. They just don't bring a lot of it. For some reason when Resto Druid's meta, people just like forget how to play a healer and they just sit there and do nothing but spam heal. It was particularly offensive last expansion when we had that one guy who actually beat damage dealers on a boss. Like, he was top damage dealer as a healer on a boss. And then every other fucking healer was like 1k DPS overall. It was really weird. Like, so we knew the spec was insanely busted in terms of its ability to do DPS, but just people just somehow don't care whenever they're playing that spec.
Beware.
I'd like to try survival. I've never played it. Oh yeah, it's hard for me to enjoy a melee as a hunter. There's just something about it that just doesn't like match up. I've been playing a ranged survival hunter. Well, I had at one point. I haven't recently, but it's pretty cool. Yeah. You have to really click that thing to get it. I never actually tried it. Resto Druid problem would be even worse now because of how global starved the spec is. Well, it's actually not. That's what I was saying. I don't know what's changed. The Resto Druids we see actually are competent DPS and they bring their interrupt and actually use it, so. Somehow things have changed. I don't know what's changed, but it could just be people. It was busted, but required you to use your brain somewhat with all the bleeds and dots, which is way too much to ask. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of healers were just like switching to it because they wanted to do top HPS and that was all they cared about. Whereas Druid was like a kind of a bit of a nuanced kit and you had a lot to potentially master in it. That's why I like Beastmaster. I like the class fantasy of it, yeah. I like the ranger style. Like I like having the pet out, you know? Range survival's cool though. I think range survival would be like my favorite actual hunter type. I really wanted to check out the Black Arrow, like the changes they made to the whatever that one's called. I never got to check it out. Whenever healer says guys get interrupt, my response is maybe talent into a kick. Well, yeah, I fucking can't. That is like my biggest pet peeve. When healers without kicks talk about kicks being missed. Like, that's like a tank who's like, I mean, like you can solve your own problem is what I'm about to try to describe, but fail. So I'll just say that like, you literally are complaining about something that you created a problem out of. Like, just fucking, you have no ground to stand on at this point. And especially as Resto Druid. It's one thing when priests, like, they have such a terrible kit for it as it is, but Resto Druid, it's like, you actually have a million different ways to interrupt mobs, and nobody ever fucking did it. This key's over. Well, good news, we can play real survival in TBC. Oh, really? I don't know how many C's we're gonna get. TBC, CCCC. Well, my favorite was Mob. I'm actually kind of looking forward to Mob survival. I don't remember survival in early days, but it was mostly just a support spec in Classic. Like, it wasn't even a DPS spec. So I don't know how it works in TBC, but I'm glad you and I are eye to eye. Oh, really? Good. In hindsight, the off-meta comp was stupid. And logs off. Okay. Rat's survival was beautiful. Oh, really? Resto Shaman had the shortest CD on interrupt. It still does, yeah. Don't be fooled. Survival is melee in the same way Ret is melee. But they are melee, yeah. Their auto attack is a melee. When does next season / gear level max go up? When does the next season happen, you mean? We don't know that yet. It's not even on the PTR yet. Survival in Classic TBC was nice. You just had to melee weave due to traps. Oh, really? Rat survival was fun. Huge explosive shots. Cool. I never looked at Hunter until Kata, really, when they changed the focus thing. I did do a bunch of Classic Hunter, and I was really shocked at how it played. What is this? Who's got a $10 GameStop gift card? Is that even a thing? I really like this product, but don't get that. Anyway, what you think new max eye level will be? I don't think it's like you don't have to guess. You know exactly how every expansion's item levels are going to proliferate because they always raise it the same amount. I don't know exactly what the number is, though, off the top of my head. When will the item level increase be in effect? Item level increase. You're talking about when the season starts? I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry, man. We don't know when the season is ending or starting, so I can't answer that question for you one way or the other. In hindsight, off-meta comp was stupid, is what he said. That one's going in the video. A lot of disbands. This is just the disband spreadsheet, yeah. Pretty normal amount otherwise. January, February for the goblin raid according to that roadmap. I would imagine it would be late February, yeah. Like, it's not even on the PTR yet, so. How much time did it take to grow your beard? Not very long. I don't even want it this length, but my beard trimmer broke, so I'm waiting. I think my mom's gonna get me one for Christmas, so I'm just gonna wait. I feel like the roadmap hinted season 2 late January, early February. I mean, it has to be that time, yeah, just we don't know for sure. Like I said, the fact that it's not even on the PTR though is notable because usually a raid cycle PTR takes a while. It's usually like 8 weeks or something like that. Presumably it'll be on the PTR the last week of December, I would imagine. At the absolute latest, which means that it would be last week of February. Yeah, we can sign up to a 14 maybe finally. Probably waiting on Christmas to be done. Yeah, I think they have it all planned out. It's just it depends on how it's gonna roll with the holiday, I guess. Late February, since Plunderstorm starts around January 20th and lasts for a month, it's probably not gonna overlap. Oh yeah, you're probably right about that. People have been complaining about new content during holidays for a long time. Yeah, no doubt. This definitely clears the holiday one way or the other, like there's no question of that. It's not coming out in a week. It's just how it plays out, I guess, from the PTR. Is this spam or what? Yeah, it's spam. I don't know how this is happening, but I'm like receiving an email from actual PayPal, service@paypal.com. And it says, here's your invoice. Mac Store sent you an invoice for $999. Like, it's spam. It's like a phishing scam. But it's actually from PayPal. I don't know how this is happening. Like, it's the same email address as all the other ones that I get from actual PayPal. I don't know how they're pulling that off. It's the same email address though. And is that, I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know they made a second Pokemon pinball on GBA. Oh, I didn't either. The new ring is so useless. It won't be $639 for another 6 weeks. Oh, really? So it's like not even going to be very good until it's that max item level? You can spoof it? Oh, really? How? That's crazy. I didn't think you'd be able to do that. But like I can't block it because I tried it and I blocked it and I was like, shit, I just blocked actual PayPal communication. That's why I was concerned with it. Isn't there a way to abridge a full email? I don't know. I was gonna buy the first one boxed, but then this one popped up. I hate the size of the first one too. Bulky of a cart. Oh yeah. Well, cool. I never even heard of the second one. When I worked in our office, our IT lady opened a phishing email and clicked the link and bricked her computer. She's lucky she didn't fucking brick her whole life. I would imagine if I click that link, it's gonna take me to my PayPal. And it's gonna be some kind of phishing scam. Like I'm gonna put in my details and people are just gonna have access to my PayPal. She came in and asked me if I could fix it. Like, I play video games. I'm not good at computers. That's funny. That's how it was when I worked at the office. Like, I constantly had to do free IT support. They're like, well, my printer isn't working. Can you help? It's like, I don't know how to fix a printer, but I can Google. So I'm going to Google it and figure it out and do it. You can do this too. And they're like, yeah, you just do it. It's like, are you going to pay me to do it? Like, it got to the point where at the end, I'm like, listen, I'm not doing this for free. If you want me to sit here and research how to fix problems around this office, then you'll need to give me extra money. And then they just stopped asking. It was like every month there was some new technical issue that I had to address. And the first like few, it was like, all right, well, it involves my job. Like it was part of the room I was in or something that the doctor I worked for needed. So I was like, yeah, I'll just do it. It's fine to do this. But then it would be like, oh, you know, if you're free this weekend, I need you to come up and take a look. It's like, what? No, it's not happening. It's not spoofing. They're sending random email addresses, real invoices, and hope you pay it. Oh, it's like somebody is actually pretending to be Apple through PayPal and then sending it to me through PayPal, hoping that I think it's actually Apple. Is that what's actually happening there? That makes a lot more sense. I grew up playing RuneScape and getting scammed as an 8-year-old, so I'm immune now as an adult. Oh, really? Getting scammed in RuneScape? I don't know anything about that. Many of us have stories of being labeled whiz kids because we knew how to plug in our Super Nintendo. Yeah, that's a different... Yeah, that's funny, but it's like people who actually think like, oh, can you just figure this out for me? It's like, I don't know how to do it. Like, I'm not trained in knowing how to do it. I would just literally Google how to do it and then follow the instructions, which you can do the exact same thing. Like, why do you think only I could figure this out? And it got to the end point of this was like, well, you're better at dealing with the stress of figuring it out, basically, is what the end point was. And I was just like, I'm not paid to do that. I'm sorry. If you want me to do that, then increase my pay and I'll fix all these problems whenever they arise. But it's like, you know, if you are basically saying like, this stresses me out, you figure it out. When it's not my job, it's like, then you pay me for that, right? Like, that's something that you should be paid for. I'm not just going to do it for you because you're fucking stressed out by technology. Like, I can't. That's not why I'm here. They need to take a break from pretending to be the IRS, I guess. Yeah. What's like the worst ones you guys have ever seen? I love that. There's people on YouTube who like scam bait. I loved watching those videos about like, I think it was actually during WOD. I can't remember when I used to watch those videos, but I watched those videos all the fucking time a while ago. I would literally just like sit there and just listen to these guys for hours. The one guy actually played WoW, and I contacted him and tried to convince him to come play in our guild at one point. But he didn't want to raid. He just plays the game, he didn't raid. Yeah, like these fucking Indian accents, like, listen to me, and they're just like screaming. Oh, it's so embarrassing, dude. I don't know how these people like live with themselves. It's one thing to be a fucking, like, you know, like a key lever or some bullshit in a video game, but like to actually be like stealing money from people who are too unsuspecting to be aware that you're stealing from them, like, you should have a fucking bullet in your skull, man. Like, that is despicable. That is totally despicable. What the hell? He says, Jix, how's the house? Jix reply, it makes sounds that are alarming. What the hell kind of comment is that? What the fuck? What does that mean? Since I started working as an IT some years ago, I'm constantly being bombarded by my friends and basic problems in their PC. I was before, but since then it's become obnoxious, damn. Yeah, I bet if they actually, like, yeah, I'm not an IT specialist. I worked as a dental assistant. We're talking about a dental assistant. Like, I'm just an adult who is younger than them, so they think I was able to fix problems because they know I also play video games. Like, that's the only reason that anybody asked me to do this stuff. You've seen the AI granny that scam baits. AI. I've not seen that, no. I've only seen actual people do it. Last night it was windy. My HVAC, I guess, outside was popping, and so were the doors. It was alarming. Oh, wow. AC just said, I'm joking, so whatever you said before got caught up. No, it's even worse than free IT stuff. Trying to be a huge guy who drives a truck. Oh, your vehicle's a truck. That's funny. Hey, could you help me move? I bet that happens all the time. Yeah, that's so brutal, bro. That sucks. Cause that's like actually fucked. Cause now, like, you're just like straight up losing time and money for that, no matter what. Like, that's crazy. Seen the guy that scams the scammers, pretends to be an old lady. That's Kit Boga, right? Yeah, that's the guy I was talking about. That I tried to get him to join the guild. That is the guy I was mostly. There's like a couple people that I watched, but he was the one that I reliably went back to. And he puts on like a voice changer and like pretends to be an unsuspecting person and then just like wastes their time. Because I guess like they're straight up just not allowed to hang up or something. I don't really understand how it works. And honestly kind of feels a little fake at times, the last time I watched it. But still, it was just hilarious. It was just pure comedy. And then he'd have, oh, and then I really liked the one, he didn't do it a lot back then, but I don't know if he still does it, but he'd pretend to be like a young girl, a young lady. And then they would like get on his computer for whatever the scam is, and she'd have like the guy scamming the scammers, pretending to be a young lady, would have like a porn, like a selfies folder that people would think was like naked selfies or something. I don't remember how he would word it, but he would make them like think that they were about to find like nudes of this girl, and then when they would open it, it would be something that would like fuck them in some way. I don't remember how he would have it work out, but it was always just hilarious. Like every time they would fall for this, they're like, oh, some young American girl must have like naked pictures of herself on the computer. And then they would like look into it, but it would be like some encryption thing that would just fuck their computer somehow. The AI one is amazing because they have unlimited amounts. Oh yeah, I guess I should look into it again. I haven't looked at this stuff in years. Jim Browning, yeah, that's another guy I watched. That dude's like ultra serious about it. He's like actually just straight up owning these fucking idiots. Yeah, he's like actually like fucking them. Like he's not just fucking with them, he's like destroying their business. He's somehow like hacking their computers and like finding out their real identities and threatening to sue them and all this shit. It's crazy. I don't know how that's illegal. How that's legal is what I meant to say. But yeah, the stuff he publishes that I saw at least back in the day, it was wild. I feel that. I get asked to move all the time with my pickup, and I'm known as the IT friend too, since I have built a number of PCs for myself. What would be some other examples like that, where people just like leech off you, even though they should pay for your services? Definitely IT and definitely moving things, but I don't know if another one. How about like maybe if you're a very good cook or something like that? Like I don't know. Does anybody ever ask people to cook for them? I don't think that happens, but I can't really think of another one that would be super common. No surging sparks. Plumbing? Oh yeah. Hey, you have a snowblower, don't you? This is why I don't have IRL friends anymore? Honestly, yeah. I mean, like I said years ago, like a lot of people always ask me, like, why do you play this game? Why do you blah, blah, blah? And it's like, I just prefer, like, the socialization that happens on this game is way better for me than anything that happens in real life. I have a friend who is in the painting business and gets asked to help all the time. Yeah, I bet. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of people who have jobs that are like that, but I was just thinking, like, is there another common stereotype one? Just having a car in general? Is that uncommon where you are? I know like a lot of people in certain parts of like Europe and stuff aren't typically having cars, but it's really weird here because there's not an excessive amount of wealthy people here, but like I don't know anybody who doesn't have a car. Growing up, like everybody had a car no matter what. Some of them were total junk and pieces of shit cars, but everybody had a car. I know a friend, okay with that, yeah, I guess we're in mall. People used to ask me to cook for them, but yeah, got rid of them. Oh really? I've never asked anybody to cook for me. Even though I know people who cook. Having a drone, especially nowadays, they're always begging me to lend them the drone. Oh, that's an interesting one. Having a drone. Okay, what is that? What did they want it for? Oh, there's Josh. Wait, this is the guy who did the math on the conversation last night. Maybe he'll remember the actual number. Somebody was asking before, but I couldn't remember the number. Anyway, I think programmers get asked to do IT stuff a lot, even though they're not really the same thing. Probably, but we were going one step further and saying like people who play video games get asked to do IT stuff. Honestly, if you own your own business, friends often expect discounts. Yeah, that's understandable, I would say. Like, yeah, if I owned like a lawn, like a business to like do lawns or something like that, I would definitely give my friends a discount, and I wouldn't expect them to not expect discounts, to be honest. But at the same time, like, I would expect them to realize that like my actual priorities of the job come first, so I can do yours when I have time, but I'm not gonna do yours at the same quality that everybody else is if you're gonna pay half. If you're a true friend, you would not take it. Well, like a full price thing. I mean, I'm not gonna, like, it is your job at the end of the day, so if they want to pay full price to help your job, then yeah, why would you not take it? Oh, how about photography? That's probably another one. If you're like an actual person who owns like a serious camera. Hey, could you come take pictures of my house? I want to list it. I bet that happens a lot, right? Although I don't know now with cams, like phones and cell phone cameras. There we go. Josh is answering the question. The number of weathered crests for 13 636 crafted pieces was 21,060 crests. 1620 per piece. There you go. Thanks for posting all that again. They fired our parts runner yesterday. Why not wait until after Christmas? Because they don't want to give him a Christmas bonus. Very, very common to get fired right before the holidays. I learned that the hard way. Hey, you're a photographer. Can you take my nudes? That one probably not as often. A friend started a roofing company years back, and he got daily messages asking him to do the job for free, but in return he would have gotten recommendations for 3 months of free. I don't know what that means, but yeah, definitely doing a roofing job for free is not, like, if anybody asks that, you're just a fucking asshole. My dad was a contractor for years, and it's like an enormous amount of labor and hours spent into this. Anybody asks for that is just an asshole. Worst thing I hear about photographers is people really don't value their work. Like, hey, come drive an hour, do a long photo shoot. Why is this more than $25? Yeah, it is weird. Like, I think everybody's gotten entitled by cell phone cameras. I mean, as in, they would tell their friends about your company. Oh, I get you, yeah. A lot of people undervalue work and time. It's just all entitlement now. Like look at, I mean, this is not saying anything about anybody watching streams or anything like that, but look at like how many people, like, if you, this conversation always gets brought up because of that like famous Wreckful video, but like if everybody who was watching a stream was expected to pay $1 a month, would you do it? Like, I think most people who watch streams would not even consider it. And that's crazy because like it could be literally like nothing, you know what I mean? But you would be like, well, I can get it for free. Why would I pay? I mean, I know a lot of you guys support me. I'm not saying you guys and me. I'm just saying like in general. If in order to watch some random person on the internet, you had to just put $1 into their pot, would you still watch the content? Because I probably wouldn't, to be honest. Like, you would take a lot less risks about the content you're watching because it'd be like, I'm not going to give this guy $1. You know what I mean? Even though it's a fucking dollar. Like, meanwhile, you pay like $100 a year or $100 a month for cable television. You probably don't watch it. You know what I mean? Like, it's really weird how that entitlement has gone to, like, it's gotten to people's heads almost. Like, it's the same thing with a lot of video games too. Like, I don't know how piracy of video games works nowadays because I don't play video games. But when I was younger, it was like a game would come out and it would be like $40 or something like that, and people were like, well, I'll pirate it maybe. It's like, it's $40. Like, just buy it if you like it, you know what I mean? But people are like, well, I can get it for free. Why would I buy it? And then once you get that in your head, then you start like changing the way you approach media consumption in general, you know? Like, all of a sudden it's like, well, I'm not going to pay $1 for a video game I can get for free. I would, but if you have 100 channels you watch, that's $100 a month. Exactly, that's my point. And that's exactly what I was saying. That's how it is with DirecTV. Like, DirecTV is like $100 and some a month, but everybody pays for that without any thinking of it. Well, I mean, a lot of people don't, but I'm just saying, like, people do it and they don't think about it. But those same people would probably also be like, yeah, I'm not going to give some random one channel $1. Like, what are we doing? Oh, Siege. I sat in that queue for so long. The girl my wife wanted to do our wedding shoot was 10 grand. I refused on the sole basis that the pictures would just have me in them. No matter how much you pay, I'm still the subject. What do you mean by that? Like you don't think you're worth the money? Is that what you're saying? Or was that a joke or what was that? I mean, I don't know about weddings and shit. I don't know what you get for that money. But like, yeah, let's be serious here. I would literally just use my cell phone, I think, if it was a big deal. What is going on right now? The only time I think pirating is acceptable is when the game's price is unreasonably high. What is happening? This is the Horde version, isn't it? Oh, it's only on Mythic that it's all the same? I see, it's level 60 mob. I didn't know this happened. My niece paid something like 6K for wedding pictures. That's, yeah, it just seems like so much, right? Like, what are they actually doing for that $6,000? Just hand out disposable cameras and collect them at the end. Right, I feel like it would be easier, right? Like, just let everybody outsource the process. Have everybody take pictures of me and then send me the ones that you think are the best, guys. It's mostly editing. Oh, really? You doing a key with Lightblade? Yes. Who's that? Do I know that guy? Everyone I know wishes they didn't spend 20K on a wedding, but that Disney image of a perfect day is imprinted at the age of 3, and you can't convince them otherwise. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't. I've been to too many weddings. Been to too many weddings to know it ain't like that. Who is Lightblade? Who am I supposed to know that guy? What's up, man? Finally got the mountain locked from the quest. Yeah, I saw. You can marry a foreign girl. They didn't grow up with it. Yeah, that's true. Weddings and engagement rings are the biggest scam. Rings are good at least because you can sell them back. Any investment, like anything that you purchase that has a potential investment to it, I always think is a good investment. Is always a decent idea. But yeah, like a day where you get pictures and you have to pay extra for the pictures and that's all you get from it, it's like, yeah, no. A ring is just a bad investment, you think? He's a WoW YouTuber. I'm pretty sure he's a chill guy. Oh, okay. The secret questline gives a mount. Not directly, but after you finish the secret quest lines and you get the detective title, you can then go do something way more crazy. You need the detective title to start it, it seems. Me and my wife had a cheap, small wedding, and it was one of the best days of our life. Cost us barely anything, and everybody we loved was there. That's good. That's how my boss was, too. He basically had like 12 people at his wedding, and it was just in some random hall or something. It takes a long quest line, but it's so worth it. Mount is fun, but the rest was fun to do. Yeah, I really like that. I started it this morning, and it's insanely good. I thought it was going to be one thing, and it's actually even better than I thought it was going to be. Especially since the Wowhead guide is actually explaining how people solved it too. It's like very fun to read about it. They charge way more when they know it's for wedding related things. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, why is it worth $10,000 when you can just have the same pictures taken over the course of a day and it would only be a couple, like probably less than $100? I'm scared for the siege. Oh yeah, it's not gonna go well. Did you do the Lucid Nightmare and Hive Mind? No, I never did either of those. Lucid Nightmare is a solo thing. I know the Hive Mind required players, that's why I never did that one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. secure the docks while you push further into the
Wait, is there a new secret mount unveiled? Oh, it's been unveiled, yeah. We've been working on it for 22 days now, is what the Wowhead article said. Oh, I gripped the wrong mob. Disaster. Good thing we have another Death Knight. There you go. They were so good. You should do the Lucid Nightmare. Maybe, I will. It's like, the good thing about those is there's like no actual level, like it doesn't get any different because it's outdated content, right? That's kind of cool. Is there a deadline for them to finish it? The mount? I think it's going to be gone with the anniversary, but maybe not. It's like, I don't know how you get the title if the anniversary's gone, you know? Hive Mind requires 5 people, I think. Yeah. It definitely does. I just didn't know if like unlocking it required 5. I joined the secret Discord server. Holy shit, man, the theories. It's crazy, dude. I can imagine. Like, it's actually probably one of the coolest things Blizzard produces, and nobody ever really talks about it at like the levels that we all play at. They're actually making like some of the most ingenious content I've ever seen any game make, and it's pretty regular. Like, it's not like it's once a decade or something like that. Like, they do it somewhat often, but people continue to make like this stupid comment that like the company is ran by people who are not intelligent, or they're not even aware of like what people are doing in their own game. Like, if you go do this fucking motorcycle shit, you won't ever think that again. Like, it these things are insane, and to hear Wowhead explain how people figured them out, it's like, how? Why? Huh? Oh, again I did it. Are we on like EU or something? Or Oceanic? I feel like I'm like lagging because I didn't mean to press it twice. Oh well. What's your IO? Can't remember off the top of my head. Funny seeing you in Siege. I just watched your video of the warrior tank pulling up the symbols with the wall symbols. Oh my god, that dude's hilarious. He's still around too. He chats a lot. If I had more appropriate class balance, I don't think I'd ever complain about what Blizzard does. Oh. See, there you go. There's your big problem. WoW's class balance is actually very good. It's just the community that makes it impossible to think it is, because they obsess over these extremely small things. Like, we constantly see the top specs in the game be outperformed by other specs. It's mostly about player skill, honestly. Like, whether things are easy or hard for you is mostly going to come down to that, no matter what. And a lot of people just look at theoretical realities and think like, okay, well, I can't possibly succeed unless I matched up to that reality, but almost nobody actually has that apply to them. Just the absolute pinnacle of players. Did you know that you use CT scans to look inside card packs? Yeah, I heard about that. That's fucking garbage. I really hope that doesn't keep happening. Disc is falling over today. Yeah, another. Well, that was just one death there, but I don't know what that person even died to. The gap between marksman and enhance is the 300k overall, and we've seen marksman beat enhance. That's what I'm saying. You're getting too wrapped up in something theoretical that is never going to actually exist in the reality of the game. Oh, my bad. I didn't even read the rest of your comment. You actually totally agree with me, and I just read one paragraph or one sentence and thought you were disagreeing. That's my bad. It's the bellular brain, man. I'm telling you. that guy, I don't know. That dude's a fucking idiot, but that's a different reason. It's just people are just so obsessed with being the best they possibly can be in a game that's, you know, very likely to not be down to that level of choice. Like, the game's fucking hard. Like, if you're not playing something that you're actually good at, then it doesn't matter how good the spec is on paper. Hi Metro, I've timed my first 11 as a tank on a prop pally, but I panicked and got bad comments later. Any advice on when that happens? Ignore it. I mean, the trick that you gotta do as a tank is you gotta learn when people are actually giving you feedback you can learn from, and when people are just fucking like ranting over nonsense. Like, sometimes both happen, but we had a very famous case last week or a week and a half ago now, where the shaman had some legitimate critiques, but he was so fucking absurdly overly aggressive with this conversation that like he couldn't even get them out. Like, he could have been right about what he was saying, but he just is too much of a fucking child to actually just like put aside his emotions and just speak. You know what I mean? Like, whatever he was ranting about was like more important to him than actually getting a point across. So as the tank, like, you need to recognize, like, okay, that guy may be right about what he's talking about, but what he's saying to me doesn't matter. Like, it's just not relevant, you know, because he's unable to articulate himself. It's always about this, like, kind of walking this line. Like, if somebody wants something from you and they word it the wrong way, you may dismiss it. And you need to know when you dismiss it correctly and when you dismiss it incorrectly. That's the problem with the game, especially if you're playing a tank. Because everybody's got a comment. Was the quote from Sir Alistair Thorne? Leadership means every little cunt with a mouth has something to say. I can't remember the quote. Let me see if we can find the quote. The person, do you know what leadership means? It means the person in charge gets second guessed by every clever little twat with a mouth. But if he starts second guessing himself, then that's the end for everybody, including the clever little twat. That's what being a tank is like. If these people put you in a mindset where you think you can't succeed, then everybody fails. So you need to actually be like the better person and help them not make that mistake themselves. Like, you need to be able to say, like, okay, you're wrong, I'm not going to listen to you, and we're going to continue. And you may still succeed when you're able to do that. Anyway, my trick is to picture the haters as the red shirt guy from South Park, but dumber and angrier. Like, imagine people in their underwear for stage fright. And then you go and put your logs up on a Discord for review, and they'll give you a level-headed review to help. The ret in your group streams as well. Yeah, somebody said that. My trick is to, I read that. I think part of it is that Dragonflight was so easy for people to get into slightly higher keys. At least in my opinion, the barrier to entry was very narrow. Yeah, season like 2 and 3 of Dragonflight really set the Mythic Plus community up for failure that was to come. I transitioned to tanking this season, and honestly, I get it. I'm always under the impression people think I'm the dumbest tank in the game. Yeah. In reality, that's usually a reflection of their own intelligence and their own ability to, like, think with a malleable mind. Like, if you always think, like, everything that I do is the right way, and anybody who deviates from that is the wrong way, then it's, like, really hard to get along with other people. You know what I mean? And I have this problem, too. So you have to have that malleable mind. You have to try to see something in them that is worth seeing. And I think it's very easy as the tank to become jaded to that. Like, you're just not going to want to do it because they're attacking you or, you know, even insulting you in ways that don't seem relevant to the content. Like, when people start doing that, it's very easy to just tune them out. But anyway, the actual question that you asked and the actual answer to that question is record it and send it in. If you run into people doing that kind of stuff, send it in. We'll take a look at it and maybe we can help you learn from it. Season 4 was amazingly fun as a tank. Oh yeah. Season 3 was fun as well. The Demon Hunter nerf in Season 4 did nearly nothing. Oh yeah. It's like I try to tell people there is more than one right way to do something. Right, and like I think a lot of people don't recognize that. Like, you can have success with ways that aren't the way you think you can have success. So you need to be malleable to that, you know? I see a mutual disband column in your future. Nah, I just always listed like that. That listing is just there for me, basically. What I used to do was I used to go through each one at the end of the season and do it, but it just became too cumbersome. Like, it took me like 8 hours to do the one video. So I just do it now as it happens, and it's a little bit easier. That guy's key has been all over the place, huh? We'll sign up. Where can I check your spreadsheet? It's in the description. Or if you mean the disband one, if so, let me know. I'll link you that. Do you collect any of the vintage Pokemon cards? Not really, no. I have all the ones that I wanted. So I just kept those and didn't sell them. Most of the stuff I'm collecting now is modern. Not inviting me, I guess, huh? Okay. Have fun. Let's go do City of Threads with the guy whose best key is a 9. That'll be more fun. See all those groups that had tanks, by the way? I didn't really show it, but that was a lot of people. That was like dozens of groups that already had tanks. So this idea that like tanks don't exist is really strange. You happen to have a P.O. box? No. I don't know how you set one. How does that work? Do you know? What, you send it up and then it just sits at the mail, like the post office for you or something, and then you can just go collect stuff from it? How do you even get a 13 when your best key is a 9? It's just like... I don't know that I updated the add-on today either, but it's probably just like happened within today. If I had $1 for every time I've been told to delete my tank, I'd be a rich man. I've had it a few times. Deleting the character, that doesn't happen often, but yeah, the comment like you shouldn't tank. It's like particularly rich. It's like we're the same score, we're in the same key, and you think I'm so bad that I shouldn't be able to continue playing the game? How do you think I got to this point? Anyway, at the post office, that way if chat wants to send you stuff, you can stay safe without your address doxing you. Yeah, I mean, Zach sent me stuff. I just gave him my address. I guess I should probably be more worried about it, obviously, but it's not something I'm just gonna like pin on the fucking top of the chat or something. But if somebody wants to send me hundreds of dollars worth of shit, yeah, just show up. I'll be waiting. That kind of generosity is not something I'm going to just say no to, you know? Tank score is more accurate than DPS and healer score to IMO, as it's the least carryable role. That's true. That's true, yeah. Somebody who has done a lot of keys successfully as a tank has probably worked harder than a DPS of the same skill level. Or of the same score level, I guess. This number I'm starting to grow more interested in, though. 43, 12 to 14 runs. I'd like to see just how many 13s. Obviously 12s we did a lot of too, but I don't really feel like they're that. Any particular cards you want to collect? No, I just usually, like, if I find one, I just buy it. Like, if there's a card I really like, I just buy it. But my recent thing has been, like, finding graded cards. Like, I just bought a graded, one of my top hits from Surging Sparks was that Execute. It's like on the floor of a basketball like stadium or something. I don't even know what it is, but it's just pretty and really I like the card, so I just bought a PSA 9 version of it, 20 bucks. But otherwise, I just like, my goals with Pokemon is to buy packs cheap and open them, maybe to gamble and win on making money on it, and if not, I make a video on it and then sell what I can sell and try to get some money back. So like right now, my target price, anything under $3.50 a pack. If I can find something for under $3.50 a pack, I believe it can be worth my time, because I make the video on it, which makes a little bit of money. I can sell the cards, which make a little bit of money, especially if we're talking about an Elite Trainer box. I can sell the accoutrements from the Elite Trainer box to make a little bit of money. So reality is, you just kind of got to get a little bit lucky and you'll make some money, or you'll at least like, it'll like even out. You know what I mean? So it's like, fuck it, why would I not do that? If I can open cards for free and have fun while doing so, then I'll open them for free. Sometimes you lose money bad though. Like I bought that one haul of Obsidian Flames ETBs from Best Buy. I got like $0 back from that. Well, that's not true because the actual Charmander promos sell for $15 each, but besides the promos, I didn't get a single card that sold, I don't think. I got maybe like $2 or $3 worth of cards that sold. It was a terrible haul. And then the stupid fucking Evolving Skies ones where I was trying to... I don't think I got a single card that sold from Evolving Skies. Anyway, my very first key, after telling the group it was my first Enhancement Shaman key, told me to quit tanking. Wait, it was my very first... I told them it was my first key, then the Enhancement Shaman told me to quit tanking. So I'm going to tell you this, you should never open yourself up to this criticism. If somebody wants to say that to you, they can make their own assumptions. But if you tell them you're weak, they will sense weakness. They will prey on that. You understand? Like, these people are fucking sociopaths. Like, you do not want to interact with them. So do not offer this information to them because they are not going to use it to your benefit. They're almost always going to use it to your detriment. Unless you run with people that you actually trust and know, then offer that to them. But if you're running into random people out there in the pug world, like, you never, ever, ever offer that. Because reality is they're probably too stupid to know that you're going to do anything wrong anyway. Like, they are not able to control their own shit. So they're not going to be able to pay attention to what you're doing wrong. So, like, you're doing it to try to, like, get out ahead of a potential argument that might form. But in reality, they're too dumb to care about that. Like, they're not going to pay attention to that anyway. Moved my stats around with my gear and changed stuff in my spec based off what I see you're doing. And wow, 10s this week feels so much better. Oh, sweet man. Yeah, I don't know how people are not playing with a lot of versatility as blood. Versatility seems like an absolute no-brainer given how hard we get hit still. I remember when you could report people in League for unskilled. I know we used to talk about that all the time in MOP. I used to make that joke because when I played League all the time with Harry, there was that option to report people for unskilled. And I used to say that all the time in WoW. Like, can you guys report him for unskilled? Just as a joke. I guess I was hoping for tips and advice. Yeah, unfortunately, like, I mean, if you watch this channel, you know it's not coming, right? Like, you can't even ask these people. Like, just reliably, I asked them for a favor. Like, hey, can we stay 5 or 10 more minutes and finish the key you signed up for? And they can't do that, right? So how do you think their ego is ever going to allow them to help you, somebody who's in a vulnerable position, in content they already have their head scrambled on? Like, they're in that content thinking they're the best thing since sliced bread. And then you're like, hey, I'm the worst thing ever. Will you help me become better? And they're like, no, bro, I will fucking shit down your throat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they do not give a fuck about you. Even when you have mutually... Like, you already have mutual interests. They demonstrate that they don't give a fuck about you. So when you say, like, hey, I'm vulnerable, will you save me? They're gonna fucking murder you. Like, they are literally gonna tie a dumbbell around you and throw you in a lake. You know what I mean? Like, they will take every opportunity to ruin your day if you give them that opportunity. Not everybody's like that, luckily, obviously. But probably very few are truly like that. But in the game, it comes out more than it should. So, yeah, just don't show weakness around these people. Yeah, it was possible to be reported for being unskilled in League of Legends. Like, it was meant to be like, you're in the wrong bracket. So if enough people got reported for being unskilled, then they would be more likely to lose LP, which was like the Mythic Plus score of League. But I think it just kind of turned into trolling. It's like, oh, that guy died when I didn't want him to, so I reported him. My one friend always says pugs aren't real people because how they act. They are real people, and that's the scary part. People like that are everywhere. Maybe it's because I'm an old man, but if someone mentions that, I try to offer at least one tip. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's about maturity and about, you know, wanting to help people more than anything. But I think most people are not going to be like, all right, if this guy says he doesn't know how to do something, then you're going to take that as a sign that you shouldn't be in the same dungeon as him because you believe you do know how to do something. You know what I mean? Like, if you think you're the best player in the game, and they say they're the worst player in the game, and you're in the same content together, you're going to take that as offense. Like, that's this mentality that these players have. There's a lot of angry WoW players that think everybody in the game owes them whatever they want. Yeah, that's a real big fucking problem. Anyway, what's your weapon transmog? It is the Apocalypse equivalent from the Trading Post. I think it's from the Trading Post. It's called Conquest, but it's not actually in the game, I don't think, right now. Had a brand new tank back when we were all in 4s and 5s. My only tip was don't pause so long between pulls for a smoother run. And that's a great... I'm glad that you offered that. I'm not saying what I'm about to say is not to say that you did something wrong. But do you understand, like, that's not likely to help that guy, right? Like, he's not, like, pausing. He's, like, processing, right? So that's what I'm saying about that. Like, it can be even more confusing. If you are actually new, do not ask for help. Because it's unlikely that people are going to be able to give you help that helps you. You need to identify these problems yourself and figure them out yourself. So like saying like don't pause in between trash, like if you're like, okay, trash is dead, 15-second pull timer, you know, like nobody's actually doing that. They're like assessing the situation and they're doing it with whatever processing power they have free. So telling them to stop doing that is only likely to make them play worse. You know, just one of those things. Like, I don't know, just don't put yourself in this situation, TLDR. They need to enjoy the game, play it, and learn most of the time they act like the game itself is terrible and score is all that matters. Yeah, it's very weird. I agree. Sometimes when I board, I type first time tanking, by the way, with 2 seconds left in the countdown. Make sure with 1 second left in the countdown, you then press that record button and send in the funny reactions to me. I love saying be right back as soon as the key is put in. Oh god, that's fucked up. If you want to ask for help, list the run as a learning run and do /party. Hey everybody, I'm learning the spec, enter dungeon. If you're not cool with that, we'll find replacements. Yeah, that could be a good way to do it, certainly. Let people know what they're signing up for before they sign up. I'm pretty new. It seems Mythic Plus players just assume you've been playing for 20 years. That's, I wouldn't take it that far. 20 years is not really relevant. It's just what a lot of people assume is that you're on the same competency level of them if you have the same score as they do. That's the number one thing, and I think it's foolish, but it shouldn't be foolish. Like, it's just bad systems that make it that way. But it's become overblown. Like, it's blown up to the point where people assume it to the nth degree. I did a 6 stone vault, Sean, what's up, buddy? As a healer earlier today, and the double boss was a mess. They killed the robot while the other one's at 25% health, so I was bewildered. Oh, that's happening in hierarchies, man. We've had that happen. Earlier in the season, I don't know what key level it was, but yeah, we had that where we like just wiped. I think it was like 2 pulls in a row where they killed the boss totally wrong. Hey Rifle, what's up? What does BTM means? Black Thoughts Matter, I think. Oh, no. Break the meta. Yeah, my bad. Break the meta. That's a different thing. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, break the meta is the is that one. That's in WoW you're talking about, yeah. Raider.io can only tell you so much. Well, it really doesn't tell you much at all about certain roles, especially because you can literally get carried, right? Like you can finish a key with no interrupts and do mediocre DPS and still upgrade the key. Sorry, I thought we were talking about something else. Yeah, you guys are talking about in-game BTM, yeah. But no, definitely break the meta, and I really don't like the idea of it, but it's cool that Raider is actually trying to do something like that. I just don't like the idea that like people are out there doing keys and refusing other people just because of their role. Like, I think it kind of sets the wrong expectation, or because of their spec. Like, breaking the meta is just pugging. That's breaking the meta. So having even more limitations on what people are inviting is really not helping anybody. Yeah, Black Thought, though. Yo, to be honest, dude, that freestyle that he did, I watched that shit a million times, man. Him and, what's that guy from Wu-Tang? I can't remember these dudes' names. Method Man or whatever? They do a freestyle on Sway in the Morning, and it is like, I don't like rap. I'm not a rap guy, but man, is that one of the best like pieces of music I've ever seen. You're 100% spot on. Raider.io doesn't mean too much if you can buy carries. Yeah, I made this argument in Legion when Raider.io first came out, because everybody was hanging their hat on it. And I was like, brother, it's one key. Like, you could literally fucking DC and they could finish it without you and you still get scored. Tell me that you should get the same score as somebody who done 20 keys. Like, my complaint was that literally one key is not enough to tell me of this player's success. If the guy has 20 dungeons all timed versus one dungeon all timed, why are we getting the same score from it? And the side argument was that, like, all you literally need to do is just pay somebody to get you the key, and now you have the same score as somebody else. And it seemed obvious to me in Legion when they came up with the system it was bad. But somehow we're freaking 8 years later and it's still the same system. Really, really strange. I think BTM is a specific thing though, like an event for a loot drop. It is, yeah. But a lot of people also do it to push leaderboards on there as well. I looked at the Raider.io website for the first time. I didn't know how serious meta is. Like 38 of the top 40 runs are with identical comps. Yeah. A lot of the people are probably identical too, though, to be fair. You gotta pay attention to that part.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, progress days, you got the same score whether you timed it or not? Oh, really? I remember they definitely had different scoring, but I don't remember how it worked. I'm talking about with different players. Yeah, it's probably true one way or the other. I'm just saying that there's a lot of duplicate runs on there. Or duplicate teams. The coolest line from that freestyle, I was just thinking about it. The coolest line from that freestyle was his line. He says, "Money is time and the Reaper knows the budget." It's just such a badass line. Anyway, yeah, definitely a lot of duplicates on there, but yeah, one way or the other, there's probably a lot of overlap. Everybody's playing Prop Heli and Dispriest apparently now, so you're gonna see that in every key no matter what. It's a tough first pack here, I guess, huh? Wiping with the buff, the 15% damage buff. Don't forget, this is with the guy who is 2436, this guy is. I love Blood Death Knight so much, my HP bounce. The HP bounce stresses me out too much. Oh, really? No way we're gonna do this after one pull. We didn't even kill the full pull. Holy shit. Ah, man, people are crazy. Oh yeah, the Warlock was not... Wait, that wasn't... Oh no, that was the key holder? Yeah, the key holder was the Warlock, right? Shaman and Lock, not enough damage. Beware. See what he says. Bad Paladin too. Question mark. Bad transmog. You were out DPSing the Lock for a while. Oh yeah. He took that personal. Look at that. People get really upset about that. One pull, that's enough to know. Crazy game. I really love how they're like, yeah, we can't do this. We didn't even finish the first pull, but I can tell we're not going to improve. I had a healer message the leader of a key I was tanking on my Blood Death Knight asking if he was sure about taking me. This priest 2700 was scared to heal me and left 2 chests and left, then 2 chested it with the Resto Druid. I remember there was an Arcway 24 before IO came out. They all went to bed and took turns staying awake so the dungeon didn't time out because it was a world first run the next day. Oh wow. $100 says that guy immediately hit up a transmog vendor. I don't know, he seems to take it personal. That was a wacky key, really. Spent like 30 minutes forming a group and then somehow everybody realizes the Warlock is not fit for the key after it starts. People are so quick with the excuses. It's actually wild, bro. Like, we didn't even finish one pack. What was the comment? No way we're gonna do this. Damage too low. Like, bro, we didn't even finish the one pack. How do you know? Like, what are you talking about? So weird, man. This might be the funniest. Yeah, the disband sheet has never looked better, I think. None of those people should be running keys that high. I mean, the guy was 2,400. What did you think was gonna happen? They signed up to a key. The guy's best dungeon was a 9. His best City of Threads was a 9, and it wasn't even in time. It was a 9 out of time. You signed up to a guy with the best key is a 9 out of time, and he does bad damage on the first pull, and you're like, oh, we can't do this. Oh, you didn't think he was gonna do bad damage? He's fucking 9 is his. What did you think was gonna happen? Oh man. Anyway, it's like they have excuses as part of their DPS rotation. That's what I said, dude. It's a speed run to failure. I've been saying that since Dragonflight. That's what it feels like. Like, these people are not here to actually succeed. They're here to fail. And it's like, how quick can we fail? Oh, we failed. We failed. We failed. I'm the winner. I lose. I lost better than you did. I'm leaving. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's like. They're excited about the failure. Meanwhile, like, everything goes smooth. Nobody says a fucking word. Everybody's just, like, they just play, you know? But as soon as failure, it's like, I pointed it out. You suck. You suck. It's not me. It's you. It's you. It's you. You're the reason. Speed run. I win. Write it down. You know what I mean? Like, that's exactly how it feels like. Like, they're actually excited by the failure. Like, they're in an elevated state by the failure, but the success doesn't even impact them anymore. It's a contest to see who can waste time faster. Yeah, it's exactly right. Yep. It's like who could point out the mistake fastest. That's the speed run. Thank you for your videos. I had no idea about the Edna debuff. Oh, really? Well, good. I'm glad you know now. What's your IO? 3060. 3063. I have to admit, I took up tanking in season 2 of SW Shadowlands, I guess. After playing Rogue since vanilla. Watching you for the past few months, I have a new view on tanking. I used to take every failed key personally. Oh yeah, no, you can't do that many. Yes, gotta replay for a very short period of time if you do that. The Warlock only did bad damage because of too small of a pull. I'm surprised that didn't get said too, actually, yeah. That's probably it. They're afraid of being the one failing, so it's easier to point it out early. Right, yeah, like, it's like, oh, somebody else, somebody else, somebody else. Yes, perfect. I'm gonna fail too, but they failed first. Yes, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm the first to leave. You know what I mean? Like, it's really how it feels. Like, that's the reaction that I feel like I get from a lot of these people. IO is a joke for sure. You nailed it. My lock and Blood Death Knight are almost the same, but my Death Knight felt like I actually earned it. Right, well, that's true too. DPS is a whole different story. What else? I wonder how much time these guys actually waste, even though they think they're saving time themselves. Right, like, how do you join that key? Like, think about it. That's great point. Gigahertz, great point. How do you join that key? How do you sign up for a key that the guy's 2,400, his best City of Threads is a 9 not in time, and then the first pull goes that way and you leave? This is how fucking crazy these people are. Like, you actually thought this was gonna be different? Like, we didn't even fucking wipe because of his damage, bro. You guys, nobody's kicking anything. Cast after cast are going out and people are talking about DPS. Like, that's how bad these players are. It's actually really weird how the game has gotten to this point. It's like they actually don't want to succeed. Like, they are just looking to fail as fast as possible. That's what it feels like nowadays. If they join 2 keys, 30 minutes of waiting to make only to play 2 minutes, sounds like a fun hour. That's what I'm saying. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it is to find groups as DPS, but yet 2 people signed up to that key and then flamed the Warlock when they both, you know, I mean, I don't know. Like, I didn't really even see enough of the dungeon to notice any problems. Preservation of Ochre. See, I told you people are out there doing it. Do we get any more currency yet? We can upgrade another thing. They're the first ones emailing Bellular with videos idea. Did they do that? Do people do that? As Blood, do you get haste verse like the other tanks? I like verse and mastery. Haste is not great, I don't feel like. Wrong place. I'm actually very short. Or just short, I mean. And then we won't have any more things to upgrade. I'm gonna probably craft one more ring though, maybe, we'll see. Well, actually, no, why would I craft it? I'm just gonna use the new ring. I guess the new ring doesn't have any sockets on it though, right? That's interesting. Yeah, it's just gonna have the shit that's on top of it. That might not even be an upgrade. I looked at some of them, it didn't seem like there was a very good defensive one. But at least this season, I feel like I can comfortably take like more of an offensive ring. The new ring will have special sockets. Yeah, I just meant like it won't have the secondary stats. I heard the new ring is actually bad, even fully upgraded. It's really weird. I've heard both sides. People say it's going to be mandatory and other people say it's terrible. I don't understand. Then I've also heard people say it's going to be impossible to get, and I've heard Faxi mostly say it's going to be very easy to get, so I don't know. I think the new ring will suck for 6 weeks, then it might be worth crafting depending on your POV. Yeah. It got buffed the other day, like 40%. Oh, maybe that's part of the conversation then. Its power is time gated, yeah. So like next week you don't plan on wearing it? Is that what you're saying? Dawnbreaker, the classic. It's actually a good dungeon. I like doing it. It won't be good until the end of the patch, right? And then by then the patch will be out, yeah. So if it sucks for 6 weeks, how long is it going to be good? Probably only like 2 weeks. Please give it 5 minutes to maybe get it to a 14. I want to see it. Yeah, I just don't really care enough, man, honestly. It's just not happened. Like, I've signed up to probably hundreds of 14s now this season and never get invited, so I just sign up to any keys that seem attractive, and whoever invites me gets me. I'm not gonna like sit here for an hour and try to do a key that I'm probably never gonna get invited to. If there was like an Eric Hera or a Dawnbreaker or a Siege 14, I would go out of my way to sign up to them, but when there's keys like fucking double upgrade bullshit and people are 200 score higher than me and stuff, like I'm just not gonna get invited to those. Nobody's gonna take me over somebody else who's also a prop pally. How do you feel about Harry playing an AUG now? I haven't actually talked to him about it. He was in here the other day describing it, but is he playing on EU with it? Is that what he's doing? When does the new ring become available? Presumably next week. I don't know why it wouldn't be next week, but maybe. I feel that Paladin was genuinely offended you call this transmog bad. Yeah, I kind of played a little psychological trick on him. I put him in a defensive state by saying he was bad, and he was immediately mad. And then I twisted it to make it into a joke, but he was already mad, so he couldn't see the joke. But now that you have all 13s, you get invited fast? No. So, we've been doing this for like 3 months now, where we've had almost all 13s. Have they said when the season ends yet? No. We don't even have season 2 on the PTR yet. What's funny is generally I have great experiences with blood tanks, probably because they aren't meta chasers. Yeah, that's probably true. I think another reason that blood is good is because it's very pug friendly. Like how many times have you guys seen me like this bullshit where people are like fearing mobs that need to be interrupted and gathered? Like what other tank can help with that, you know? Just I have to grip it, and then it's solved. I meant you and get invited to other 13s so fast. Oh, I see. You can't get people to think about inviting you. No, I do. Like I said, my thought process is if they don't invite me within the first minute or two of being signed up for the key, they're probably not going to invite me. Now, that may be faulty, but it's usually the case. Like if you see me sign up to a key, I usually get invited very quickly. So, in my experience, that is true. So if I see a 14 I like, I will sign up to it. One that I hope to get invited to. I will sign up to it, but otherwise I usually just don't even bother. Oh, it's this druid again, Misk. Isn't this the guy? We played with this guy yesterday, but it's just the guy who also was trying to do this bullshit in Eric Hare. I think that was also him. Anyway, sometimes people take a moment to look up your Reddit profile. Gotcha. Yeah, either way, man. Thanks for the thoughts, but this is what we're doing. So, I had a guy in Rated BG ask the group to report him because his son was crying and he had to AFK for 2 minutes. Why would you do that? What's the point of that? The season is damn long. I'm ready for new dungeons to learn. Oh, this isn't. What are you talking about? We're only 12 weeks into the season, brother. It's just a hard season. Your second half of the statement. I'm mad. I'm hard stuck at 12s. Yeah. That's probably the bigger problem. It's just a hard season. I warned people this was going to happen. When did we get Necrotic Wake? Yesterday. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. Chicks posted a picture of that. What is that? A Funko Pop? Is that what that is? That's cute. What is that? Hearthstone? Yeah, that's. I like Oshawott. Oshawott's probably one of my favorite Pokemon. My favorite starters. I should do like a Pokemon starter tier list. Is there one that's like already made? It would be hard for me, I think. Oh, there's so many good ones, man. Wait, these aren't starters. What? Oh, wait, I guess they are. We're not including those because that's Pokemon Yellow. We're not including that. That's the new Pokemon. Who is that? Oh, that's Gen 6, 7, 8. That's Gen 8. And then I really like Fuecoco. He's growing on me. Who would be my least favorite one? It would be really hard. I might make a video on this maybe for Ace Games or something. I don't know who my least favorite one would be. I don't know that I have a least favorite one. Oh, I do. It's Pignite. I don't like Pignite. I don't know though. There's too many firefighting ones. What is Fuecoco? I don't know his typing. Is it just fire? Funko, I found a Goodwill for $7. Nice. I bet that guy plays his Nintendo Switch mid-key. That's chicks. He's killing it out there. Are we ready? The guy's not even here. He's in Donegal. Wait, Coco's pure fire. Skeletor's fire ghost. Oh shit, that's cool. There's the chat. I can recognize me. You guys see me? That's Chix's new house, dude. Looks really good, man. Nice setup. Wait, is that Foy Coco up there? We were just talking about that fella. Who's that man? There's a Gengar. I see Gengar. The Foy Coco, what are those things called? Squishmallows? That is so fucking good. I'm much more able to be distracted. Yeah, for real. You have like a setup like I should have as a fucking streamer, but I just have this basic ass setup, which is my PC and nothing else. I have 2 consoles on each monitor. Whoa. Game Boy and DS in top right. You got it all going. Very expensive, I can imagine.
3, 2, 1.
Alright. Coming up to the last hour of the stream here for today.
Wait. Who are those?
It's like Friday, but today's Thursday, right? Yeah. Another day ahead of us. Oh, that's cool. Wait, what the fuck? I've never seen somebody do that before. Holy shit. It would be cool if I wasn't a Death Knight. It's just pointless, but that's cool. That was some cool tech right there, dude. The Pokeball thing in the middle is for Let's Go games. It's a controller you can throw and it jiggles on catch. Oh, damn, that's cool. I never looked into those games. Only way to play him, to be honest. Oh, yeah.
The Order of Night is trying to steal the flagship.
I won't let it.
Secure the deck. We need to gain control of the ship.
Mischievers are always the best players because we have to try so hard. Yeah, for real. Oh, perfect. Oh, I thought that D&D was about to go on the roof, but it actually landed right underneath me.
Airships approaching. Be careful outside. Those aren't ours.
Look at that. Since I was in danger and gave me a bubble for 40k. Pretty nice.
They empowered Veladar's shadow. The
How much does that Mistweaver CD actually do now? It used to be horrible. As you see, there's no Xbox. No explanation needed on that one. Oh, yeah.
Peruvians, they've webbed the Dawnbreaker. Defeat them to break it free.
Come on.
They've got us surrounded. You'll need to use those mounts of yours to fly to them.
That guy fall through again? Yeah. Nice Blizz. I mean, at this point, I kind of have to say, like, you're really not able to blame Blizzard. Like, it's been a known bug for 13 weeks. I think it's probably time to just make sure you don't fall. It's a 5 million absorb, is it? Not nothing, I guess, but not much.
No time to rest. Head to the next
Totally with that kick. For the 3 people that play it, the Rumble PC launch is so buggy. Oh, really? You don't have to keep, like, down-talking yourself, man. If you like the game, play it. I don't think there's that few people who play it. I just think there's probably a lot more people who would rather play it on phones. It sounded like a game that would be good for just the toilet kind of thing, you know, when you're waiting for something. I'm just pulling that one out for Faxi. Yeah, to be fair, it's like a Faxi comment. I enjoy noticing as a guy who does weekly 10s and raid Mythic that I would delete your DPS in any kind of metric. What do you mean? The actual DPS players, is that what you're talking about? You're saying that you would beat them? Is that what you mean to say? I'm not sure exactly what you meant by that, but you're saying if you've never actually done it 13, you'd be surprised. It's a very different. Talking about DPS players, yeah. Well, it's a very different thing than just fighting a training dummy. Like, the difficulty of the content will change your ability to produce good numbers, so. Some people are very bad. Like, I mean, the last key was a notable one, but I wouldn't really say anybody in this key is somebody I would expect to be deleted. It's not great, but it did get buffed recently by quite a lot. They need to change it to be percent based. Yeah, that's the problem. It's just too much of a numbers thing, and then that number doesn't matter at all when you have fucking 10 million health. I've done Mythic Plus since Legion, and what I said was fact and not up for debate. Okay. Well, you fit in really well with the WoW community. Welcome.
Be not afraid. Let it embrace.
The night guides me, empowers me.
Gets popcorn. Oh, if it's not up for debate, then we don't need to talk about it, right? What's the point of bringing it up? Poop corn? Who would said that? Oh, Jix did say it. Gets poop corn. Holy shit. That's gross. That's like after you eat a big ear of corn, right? Oh, that's kind of gross. You made it worse. Well, you brought it up. I said, I don't know why you guys bring shit up if you don't want to actually talk about it.
The shadows bless you.
Let's talk about it in detail. Metro, I just want to let you know I've got a big one, and it's not up for debate. Who? Wait, by I shouldn't have said who. I should have said, like, what one is big. Do you mean, what can you specify that, please? Just so there's no ambiguity here. My rogue would be closing in on 2 million DPS on this boss. No, he wouldn't be. That's what I was saying, bro. Like, if you've never actually done a 13, then I don't know why you would even bring this up. Like, how do you know? That was really bad. The keys are a lot harder than you think they are, and a lot of that is why people's damage is not high. When you're doing, like, only low keys, it's a lot easier to just do good DPS because you have nothing else to think about. Like, even just baiting this fucking nonsense, like the fact that we constantly have bad baits, like, that's gonna destroy our DPS. Is it even possible to do? No, nobody's doing 2 million on this fight. I mean, I assume that was some kind of bullshit exaggeration, but nobody's doing 2 million on this fight, especially without Bloodlust. I press feint on beam and then what do a little LARP fly and then back again. See? You don't even know how the fight works. The boss's constant movement at range, it's really tough to do good DPS, yep. Got hit by that as it ended, that sucks.
She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there.
Is it even possible to... Oh, you read that. My bear tank does 2.1 million in here. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna go off. What is this? Oh, that's a hunter pet? That's cool. A butterfly? When did they have butterfly pets? I guess I've always had that, maybe.
We'll have to face that commander at full strength.
Beware.
The DPS are really smart dying. Dying to be. With Shadowlands they added that? Oh, that's cool.
Beware.
From Ardenweald, gotcha. It's really pretty.
Beware.
I think if I played a hunter, I would definitely have to be like a nature-loving hunter, like with a lot of nature themes.
Beware.
It can be like a lot of different themes of a hunter, though, huh? The Dark Ranger thing is really attractive. I really wanted to mess around with those changes to that. I wanted to make a Blood Elf Hunter with the Dark Ranger transmog and just play Dark Ranger and see how it played.
Beware.
That's like an Osh level strategy, though. Yeah, in hindsight, probably not a good idea to choose your main based on a theme of a transmog. That's what he said to me. He wanted to switch to Frost Death Knight because he saw this image of some, like, I think it was some kind of like Native American like myth or something like that. I don't even know what it was, but it was like a sentient polar bear that carried a fish and used it as a weapon. So he wanted to make a character like that. So he made a Frost Death Knight, and he used the fish transmog, and he was like, I don't like Frost Death Knight. I didn't think of it. Like, I didn't realize it until it was too late, basically. He switched mains to just match a transmog theme and just didn't like the character he switched to and didn't realize it until it was too late. You found the only Death Knight who's running as Unholy? Oh no, we've seen a lot of Unholy. It's probably, we can actually take a look at the stats if you want. Remind me at the end of this, we will. Or maybe we can just do it right now while we're doing this stupid mob that doesn't do anything. This is an interesting topic, I feel like. See the stats real quick.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Forget it, it does something. Almost died there. Purgatory there? Oh, that's horrible. We're fucked. I thought I did in Purgatory. Okay, well that really fucked us. Anyway, who cares? Yeah, 18 Unholy Death Knights, 63 Frost, so 6% of all Death Knights, or 6% of all DPS are Unholy. And then, in terms of all DPS, yeah, 22% of the Death Knight DPS are Unholy. Not too bad. Alt-tabbing in a 13 is a power move. That was not a power move, that was an idiot move. Now I just lost Purgatory before the hardest pack in the video game. I didn't think I was going to die to that. Don't know why I did that much. I guess I was just maybe lower than I knew I was, because I wasn't paying attention. Luckily, because we lost it so early, it'll probably be back up for the second part of the trash, so we just need to have this part go well. Probably open with pot here, that's a big difference.
Ashes. There's a lieutenant in my house. Kill it.
Beware.
What is this? These guys pull this shit? Don't want to be fighting them on the stairs, that's for sure. We're like exhausted of all CDs already. We still have our health pot. Bring weapon back. Guys are getting slaughtered though, so it's gonna be a wipe. Won't be able to solo save this without Purgatory, I would imagine. Oh, we still haven't lusted. Cool, now we did. A little late, but I guess we got it. AMC's really good for this pack, is it? I don't see any. Who's taking magic damage? Not me. These guys died.
Beware.
Pulling the mobs before I did. I would have been throwing up 17 million damage on that pack easily.
Beware.
The pulse is magic? Oh yeah. I didn't see any magic damage taken for some reason.
Beware.
This? Oh yeah, okay. That does a lot, no doubt.
Luckily,
Okay.
my daughter and her children are safe.
So we just need to survive the next pack and then Purgatory's back, so that's good.
Thank you. They've taken the inn as a foothold, and a lieutenant leads them.
Usually once we get through the opening, we're good on this pack though. Mostly casting on other people. Okay. Unholy does sound like it would be great in the higher keys, yeah. No! And Purgatory's still not up. Didn't get that Death Strike off at the end, but we got some actual healing out of combat. It's impressive.
Beware.
And Purgatory's back. Good, good, good. Problem solved. Scary. But we got through it.
Beware. Beware.
What happened? I thought you agreed to use... Oh, this guy, Hector, welcome back. When do you think I did that? I knew you were dumb, but I didn't know you were that dumb, because that definitely never happened.
Beware. Beware.
Do you hit armor cap at max bone shield? Is there an armor cap? I'm unaware of that. I guess. When the guy called you an idiot on Discord, you agreed to use A-bomb limb. No, he didn't. No, I didn't. I'm never using A-bomb limb. In fact, I remember saying that A-bomb limb wouldn't even help, and the guy agreed with me because there's too much RNG to who it grips. It would have to be a very, very specific circumstance for it to grip the one target we needed to grip in that situation. Why insult lower viewers? What talent would you choose instead of Purgatory? If there was a cheat death trinket available, you would still take Purgatory. Purgatory is way better than any actual trinket because it's only a 4-minute CD. Why is there no Discord linking anymore in these in keys? Back in BFA, joining groups, a link would be posted. Good question, to be honest. I don't actually know. I think it's just because so many people don't want to do a key with Discord, and like you would post it and probably nobody would do it, you know? It's just kind of fallen out of favor. This next boss is hard, Harry with them in. Yeah. Oh. It's a tough one to heal, I know that much. A-bomb limb's really good for aggro though, I'm sure. I don't really have a lot of issues with it. I would never join Discord on a pug key. Yeah, I mean, me neither, but... Oh, I gripped the wrong mob. Shit, that was a huge mistake.
Beware.
I think we have a second Death Knight, right? Can't actually use his grip, unfortunate. I feel like Discord is required.
Beware.
Wait, what? No, definitely not. Nobody's, not a single person has ever asked me even to get in Discord, let alone requirement. Vengeance Demon Hunter Cheat Death is an 8-minute CD. Yeah, that's strange how different it is, but I think that tells you just how squishy Blood Death Knight is. He always seems to think you're griefing. I doubt he's talking to me. I didn't die. If I'm going to join Discord, it's going to be with people at least I'm somewhat familiar with. Yeah, sure. Imagine what the Discord would be like. 4 idiots shouting at each other. You would think, but it's actually the complete opposite. I mean, like, the paintbow method proves it, right? Like, so think about what all these people would, like, all these people raging in keys, they would just be fucking dead silent when you're in Discord. The few keys I've done in Discord over the years always are just like nobody talks. Like they basically expect somebody to like make calls out, but nobody ever does it. So it's just like nothing gets said, like just silence for the full dungeon. Like, let's get in Discord because I want you to tell me exactly what I need to do, and then you don't do that, and then nothing gets said. It's still happening in high keys. People link Discord and join for sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think like the whole idea that people are going to argue in Discord is very rare. Just that personal layer that gets removed there from the anonymity is something that changes people's demeanor very heavily. Yeah, the attitudes change heavily once you're in voice chat. DPS got pwned. I think he got hit by the tank mechanic. What's up with Hunter dying all the time? 6 deaths. Yeah, that guy was definitely not talking about me. 6 deaths from one player. That's pretty nuts.
Run away, little girl. Beware.
You can be tracked now. Wait, what are you talking about, Harry? Oh, you're talking about if you got into a Discord fight, people try to track each other down or something? That's funny. What horse is that other Death Knight using to GTFO? He's the hero talent that allows you to turn whatever it's called, Death's Advance, into a horse. To be honest, it's less typing and more key level. People in mid keys have bigger egos than skill, while in high keys people are actually humble, right? Like they have different expectations because they know how hard the content is. But I was just talking about in general, like in any type of chat, it's going to be more likely for people to be aggressive towards each other. Rider of the Apocalypse, yeah, that's the name of it. Been saying that since late Legion. Mid people are the most toxic. Yep. Botch is such a pain to heal. Oh yeah, I've heard Harry's been talking about it for a while now. So what are you doing, Harry? Somebody was talking about you playing AUG. I think you mentioned it, but it didn't fully sink in. Do you play with south of the border? I'm from Oceanic, as it's a no-no for us. They will instantly leave groups. Yeah, I mean, you don't have enough options. Like, there's not that many people out there that you can choose to never do a single key with somebody from a certain realm anymore. And now, since everything's cross-realm or cross-faction stuff, like, you can't really tell who's who anymore. Hunter's dead again. Oh, wow. Yeah, he died another time. 7 deaths. Holy shit. Twice on the same fight. Yeah, that's brutal. Playing an 885 AUG, just practicing. I want to chill. Healing is very stressful. Sweet. Is that on EU or US or what? You're probably EU, right? Rule 1 for keys, never take Hunter. I don't know if I would go that far. He'll be back on US soon. I was thinking you should talk to Cop. Because I don't know what his plans are for the rest of the season, but I think it would be cool if you guys did keys together or something.
You've saved Merodon, champion. We'll drive the remainder
Couldn't live my...
of the
Yeah,
shadow
the way you put that is actually interesting. I couldn't live with myself as a hunter, but he probably feels no shame at all. That's the weird thing about the game nowadays. People make like absurd mistakes over and over again, and they just don't even react to it. Like, and that's it's actually a decent skill because they're able to progress despite their failures because they just keep throwing their heads at it. But at the same time, it's like it's also stopping you from realizing that you could have done something differently there. You know what I mean? It's a good and a bad skill. I hate it when they fail 3 times, then call you out for item level. Oh yeah, that's, you've been through that more than once. If I make a mistake, I have deep sorrow. Maybe it's my anxiety, but I'm well aware. Yeah, it could be mental, like just something in your head there a little bit more.
By the light of the flame, what is that fresh horror?
He probably doesn't have 1,000 add-ons like you. 1,000 add-ons, but
Eviscerated. Taste venom. How feast. How feast.
Monk's tilted. Proper tilt now. And why would you not have add-ons? That's not something that you would bring up in defense of somebody dying 7 times. Well, I guess now 8, but that one doesn't really count. Nah, I won't fucking chill. You're dog shit. He goes. Shit, you hear? All 3 of you DPS. Hi, YouTube. You got shit for brains. Holy shit. Yeah, we might make a video on this one. What is this guy on about? It's literally just a hunter. He died a bunch and that's it. I don't think I've ever seen that where like the group is just like imploding, but we just continue anyway. Is it timeable? No, I don't think so. If it didn't take so damn long to respawn, it might have been. Aren't monks supposed to be chill? I don't know how you play a fucking super off meta spec like that and then like also get really upset. It's like you'd be in that state all the time. Healer is for sure a recovering dungeon leaver. Oh, you're probably right. I love that phrase too, recovering dungeon leaver. He's probably back, like this is him back from the 7-day ban, right? He just got back from the 7-day ban. And this is why he's still here. You're fucking right, dude. This is exactly what it is. I just said that out loud too without even connecting the dots. I was like, wow, I never saw people rage at each other and still do the dungeon. That's why. He just got back from the ban. He knows he doesn't want to be in the dungeon, but Blizzard's forcing him to be in the dungeon. And we continue. We continue anyway. He's still in the anger phase of grieving, yeah. Or grieving, yeah, grieving. People are just falling over left and right though, so I guess we won't be finishing this one. I love holding them hostage. 0 defensive, 0 heal, XD. Says the hunter who died 9 times now. I don't know if you would want to bring that one up after that. Okay, well I could like theoretically finish this, but well, let's wipe and see how they respond. Oh well. Uh-oh. He's linking the dust. Imagine typing, Hunter. You're a literal waste of life. Oh, somebody left. Not the hunter. What is he linking now? He's saying he did a lot of interrupts, and that's impressive, I guess. Look, interrupt. All cast on me. You're dog shit. Shut the fuck up, he says. GG Metro. Yeah, stay tuned. This might be have to be a clip. He says every single time, fucking dog. Every single time. Oh, he died. I see. He died with 2 walls available every single time. Fucking dog. Damn, man. People are really... I think you guys were right, though. I think that guy is... I don't even want to whisper him because he's just gonna go nuts at me now. How much healing did the other DK's AMZ do? Well, let's take a look. 94... No, that's Shell, of course. 4 million. Pretty good spell. I love raging from a third-party perspective. I know. I love it when they're arguing with each other and not me. Oh, Peels, what's up, man? Was that your key? Whose key was that? That was wild, dude. I love how you said, hey, YouTube. Like, yeah, that's going up there. We got a clip. Not mine. No, that's good, at least. That was wacky. I only saw him drop it twice. I even said, oh, there's AMZ. Oh, that's AMZ in a nutshell, man. It's funny. I've never seen people react that way and then continue the key though. But yeah, that's funny. Good job hanging on in there, yeah. I mean, we almost upgraded it. I don't know how the boss got aggroed. But if it didn't get aggro, we would have actually upgraded it with all that going on. What if you told the monk that the hunter didn't like his transmog? It's funny. Because the hunter was trash talking your transmog before the run as well. Let's see what he says. Great addition, who just said that? McBeef, great addition. Dude, that monk, don't be like him, y'all. We were joking about it. I don't know if you were watching as it was unfolding. I guess he's your friend. No, say. That guy is dog shite. I guess he doesn't believe me, probably. They legit trolled all key. They were using their walls when they dropped to 5% HP. Oh. Literal disgusting shites. Don't know if he knows how literal works, the word. He threw in the towel instantly. Well, the weird part is, like, he kinda didn't. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, he stayed. I don't know that the boss, we wiped to the boss is because of lack of healing either. I think he was trying, because he was doing a good amount of HPS at that point. It's not like he was not trying at that point. This guy is unwell. Oh, definitely. He is. I think you guys are right. Yeah, I guess disgusting got censored. That's really weird. That's really weird. You're right about that, Faxi. That dude is definitely a rehabilitated lever, right? He's got to be. He's got the mentality of one, but he stayed. So he's got to be because of that. I put all my stake on that. When in stream was the other drama I missed first few hours. I wouldn't even call it drama, but yeah, it's just like we were in a mist, the beginning of the first mist that we did. So that was like 30 minutes into the stream. Viewers are commenting on a player's performance during a World of Warcraft Mythic Plus run. Some are critical of the hunter, while others are praising the Peels player for their efforts. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, that's a new feature. I don't know why it only shows up for some people. That's funny. Yeah, you got your victory there. Screenshot that one. That was a wacky run there. Free clip. Thanks a lot, brother. We even praised the monk. That's got to be part of the clip, right? Oh my god, that's got to be part of the clip. We got to include that part. Because we were like, oh yeah, Mistweaver. Like, oh wow, yeah, if you're playing Mistweaver, you got to be a good player, right? I love how the guy actually tried to defend himself too. It's like, brother, you died 9 times. Like, you lost. Just admit it. That's what I said before as it was unfolding too. Jay said that, right? He was like, I would be so mortified if I died this many times. And I was like, he probably doesn't even fucking care. Like, he probably literally doesn't even think twice about it. And not only was I right, but I was actually not right enough. That guy demonstrated he doesn't even think twice about it. He actually thinks he doesn't deserve... He thinks somebody else's mistake is his 9 deaths. Like, he was actually more belligerent. That's insane. crazy. That's definitely one of the wackiest ones of the season. Who wants to deal with all this drama? I would have left the dungeon. It was the guy who should have left that was dealing with that was causing the drama, right? That was a weird one. I always blame the healer. It's like ingrained in these DPS players' minds, right? Well, I died 9 times when we have 11 deaths. That's got to be the healer's fault. Can't be mine. The hunter was just standing in bad and I guess not using defensives. Well, I'm going to make a clip out of this and I'm going to show every one of his deaths. So we'll get to the fucking bottom of this and I don't give a fuck who's at the top. Brandon D. Camelo quote, love that one. Anyway, he's off to die 10 times. He's trying to get a death record, yeah. That key, by the way, Metro, that key that the... What? Survival hunter, not very good at survival, right? When was the last completed key? Oh, like 2 hours ago or something? In general, hunters are always the worst players. Yeah, not my experience. Hunter being like, not, oh god. This is a joke, right? How do we keep hitting winners today? That's not real. Are we going to get a repeat of the City of Threads? Harry, we did a City of Threads. You would have laughed your ass off. Oh, he delisted it. We did a City of Threads. The guy was 2,400. His best key for City of Threads was a 9 out of time. We spent 30 minutes on the group building process. The rep pally comes in, blows them both out of the water, and says the DPS is too bad to upgrade the key on the first pack and leaves. What the fuck did you think was going to... Bro, you joined a key with a guy whose best dungeon is a 9. Did you think he was going to break records? Like, I don't know why you joined the group. That kind of cracks me up, man, every time. Oh, what is this? These are you guys are this is viewers. You guys are baiting me right now, right? These aren't real groups. This is you guys fucking around. Jambo always says there's paid actors. The key holder is 2460. His best key is a 9 mists. We're doing a 13. They bought a 10 carry and triple upgraded it. Oh, yeah, he did have a triple upgrade, right? You might be right, chicks. This could be real. My 2600 monk has a 13 Dawnbreaker key too. I wasn't expecting a 3 chests of 10, but that's how you get them. You don't have to buy it, really. 3 chests of 10? But would you do it? Like, okay, regardless, you have the key. Do you think you would do it? You would do it. Wow. That's kind of... Okay, well. It's up to you, I guess. This guy says 2 battle reses is probably good. Guy started to argue with you thousands of times with you. Is that video out yet? Oh, you talk. I keep forgetting about that, to be honest, because that happened, and then like the crazy shit went down, and I just forgot all about those guys. I need to get that done too. I don't even remember what fucking stream that's from now, though. It's gonna have to go back and look at it. You're talking about the guys who were just like, they basically just got themselves banned with their language, right? This guy says I should have added the assassination rogue I plagued with last night. He would have been a good ad. Would either of you guys like to list since your IOs are prettier than mine? No, thank you. Thing I pushed high keys before, so it's not a foreign concept. Just haven't this expansion. Well, I'll tell you the difference between a 12 and a 13, or a 13 and a 10 are astronomical, man. So that's why we're reacting this way. Like, it's not that you may not, like, whatever you want to say about your own skill level, that's nothing to do with what we're talking about. These people who are doing this are like, they're sticking out like sore thumbs, and if they don't realize that, they're crazy. Hey, Bliss, how the hell are you? This guy's best key is not even a 10 though, either way. Well, maybe it is. Oh yeah, no, his, okay, yeah, he double upgraded in 11. He's just, that probably doesn't have all the dungeons done or something. He's only 2,400, but he has 11s. I don't know how that works out. I know. Well, regardless of what you're saying about yourself, one way or the other, like, I asked you that and reacted that way because you're putting a target on your back. Like, and I don't really know, like, it's kind of weird because, like, that Warlock from the previous key, right? Like, he didn't necessarily do anything wrong. He had the key he had. Blizzard gave him the key. And because of that perception, people were immediately blaming him. And his damage was low, but it's one pull. Like, don't you want to see a little bit more? Like, how are we sure of that, you know? But that was, like, purely because of who he was in the key at that moment. So if you list a key that you're like 2 levels lower qualified wise, you're gonna get that. It's just like a weird idea to even list it at that point, I feel like. Hopefully he plans on getting a Resto Shaman. Always fun to do the first boss with no tremor. Oh yeah, oh, big healer please. I'm begging you. He's gonna invite like a 2,800 player. Somebody 400 score more than him is big, right? Came here to turn this quest in. Hoping people don't notice or have DPS meters installed. Like when I apply a disc and change to holy on 12s. Yeah, that's playing with fire there. That's playing with fire. A 12 would probably not be that different in my eyes, but at least that would be more understandable. Demon Hunters, the Demon Hunter's best is a 7 double upgrade, an 8, a 9 double upgrade, a failed 10, a 9 double upgrade, a 10, and 11 double upgrade. What do you think that says about him? I don't know. Then you're 13 and you will learn something from failing. I don't know that you can say that after watching that last run, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, that guy just totally wasted his own... That's why I brought it up the way I did. That guy totally wasted his own time, and it's because of how stupid the WoW community is, right? His skill is on full display if you believe Radar.io equals skill, right? He listed a key multiple levels higher than anyone he succeeded at. Multiple levels. Like, we're talking about a 9 Not in Time was his best dungeon for City of Threads, okay? Everybody sees that when they sign up, unless you somehow don't have Radar.io add-on on, which at this point, I don't know why you would even be pugging if you're like that. But anyway, most people are going to see that. You chose to sign up to that guy's key, and then you don't even give him one full pack. Like, we did not even kill the pack before it was a disband. So how could anybody learn anything? Like, what's there to learn? Other players suck? Like, that's... I mean, that's just the way the game is now. So it's almost just pointless to even try the key. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. He got the key. Blizzard says he should have the key. He listed the key. It's not like he was lying to people. Like, this guy's basically trying to lie. He's trying to say, like, hey, you list the key, because then they won't notice me, right? Like, that's what that guy's doing. The Warlock didn't do that. I don't know. Oh, there's that guy again. There's got to be a viewer, right? We see this guy all the time. Just come forward, brother. We'd like to give you credit for your efforts. Let's go. This is missed, so we should hearth. Or just port. We'll just port. Last key of the day, one way or the other. Wild one. Today, wild one. Yeah, that's, I've seen that. I've probably done like 20 keys with this guy now. I've literally never seen that guy before. Oh, I've done like 20 keys with that dude. He's in a lot of dungeons. He also signs up to a lot of dungeons and doesn't always get invited. That has to be a viewer, which is weird because you would think they would eventually say, hey, that was me in that key. Whether you lower it or brick it in like 5 minutes, it doesn't change much unless you value those 5 minutes that much. Everybody would value, because it's not just 5 minutes. That's something like the guy spent like 30 minutes on the group forming process, and then the first pack of the dungeon, somebody flames him and leaves. You know what I mean? Like that's, how could you say you wouldn't value? I don't know. My boss says I have to stop playing WoW at work. Unbelievable. Oh yeah, mine did too. That's why I quit. If people instantly leave, I won't, but I can try it. Yeah, I mean, I guess, hey, like I said, if that is working out for you, then you're better off because you're able to brute force stuff that you probably shouldn't be able to. But to me, like we said before, I would be too self-conscious to do it. Spending 30 minutes to get invited to a group, then get banned for a week? Metagaming. Off topic, best tertiary stats is indestructible. The amount of gold saved is insane. Oh, I bet. Is your boss your wife and the work is taking out the trash? Why would you play WoW at work? You can get a lot done while you're not. Like, you don't have to do Mythic Plus, obviously, but a friend of mine used to like literally game more at work than any other place, and he would get a lot done, do world content, get rep, get farm gold, stuff like that. Is this the longest your hair's ever been? No, it's not even the longest it's been in this month. I just had a cut about, well, it's probably more like 2 months ago now, but my hair was like down to the middle of my back for a while. Now it's kind of barely past the shoulders. I'm self-conscious, alright. It's why I switched from Brew to Windwalker. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't see the Warlock's damage. You never know what to expect from people. It wasn't really that low, to be honest. I'll show it to you. Where was that run? That's a miss. Did I not record that run or something? Oh, what the hell? Did I not record that run? I remember
it was just not that long ago. I thought it was way longer ago than this. Here's the first back
scoring, but I don't remember how it worked.
Let it play out. So he's taking a while to get going, but he does get going. They're both, two of them, by the way. The other guy flamed him too. The shaman's barely beating him. That guy also flamed him. I mean, it's not good damage, but it's like, how do you know we can't succeed? Bit nervous, not gonna lie. Oh my god. I mean, he's basically doing the same DPS as the other guy who flames him, and that guy's like 300 score higher, more like probably 500 score higher.
2, 1.
Don't Warlocks have a long ramp up? I mean, yeah, I mean, that guy kind of did take a while to ramp. He's gonna go roam Tomb of Sargeras to get the shoulders every paladin uses. Ooh. Make a Viking ponytail. I'm not really a big fan of like Viking hairstyles, to be honest. I know there's like a lot of men like that look, but I don't like that look at all. What does IG mean? It means I guess, yeah. Are you Norwegian? Yes. Can't you tell by my accent? Destro doesn't really have ramp up, oh no. Miss not bad for first high key IMO, what do you mean? This is one of the harder dungeons for me, but if we don't have any problems with the first boss, then it's pretty straightforward. Demon Hunter cage this, I guess. Since you game midday, you probably play with the same player base. Oh, really? I haven't ran with a lot of the same players, no. Other than this guy. This guy we've seen a ton of times, but I assume that's what you're reacting to. I mean, Miss is a decent one for the first high key for the Demon Hunter. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Let's do that. I think that might be the right choice.
Is meant to be controlled, conquered, and the trust will conquer. Beware.
Love we got like 5 like high priority mobs gathered up here, and this paladin's just off attacking the one mob that didn't get gripped on his own.
Beware.
I think we also played with this guy today, though. That name sounds familiar. What about the first boss is difficult? Everything. It's like an incredibly high DPS race. And the longer the DPS race takes, the fight gets like ridiculously harder. Healer carried so hard in that first pull, people weren't stacked and got tons of bleeds. Yeah, this guy's an exceptional player. That's why I said I would like to give him credit where credit's due. But he prefers to remain anonymous, it seems.
Beware. Beware.
Soul Cleaver shredded my 620 item level. You can AMS it. Does a lot of damage, the Soul Cleave dot. But obviously you're meant to be dispelled after you take the damage, so you just gotta survive the upfront. I don't ever really accurately AMS it because I don't have anything on my screen tracking it, I guess, but if you did it reliably, it would make this pack substantially easier. Well, provided you're playing Blood, maybe you're not. Don't feel those mobs on Warrior. You should. It's a big magic hit, and then they make you take 20% more damage or something like that while it's up. Anything you wouldn't feel them on Blood. Wait, what was this? Why did that guy call for lust on the pull? 2460. This is a plant. This is one of you guys fucking around. Do we have 2 clips? Why did anybody do it is the better question. I mean, we still have a few. No, unless there's a Tyler over here. You can use spell block. Oh, okay, cool. Alright, got an even 70. This is actually worse than when we had 4 players a couple runs ago and somebody died on the pull. We got him lower than that with 4 people. Spell block is only the initial hit, not the dot. Oh yeah, but yeah, hopefully the dot gets removed. If you have to tank with that on you for more than a few hits, you're fucked anyway. This is going to be 4 phases. Yeah, it's going to be really bad. That was the worst burn I think I've ever seen. With 5 people alive, but obviously no less, I don't know. You don't see that very often. This healer is going to put in work. Reflect is most handy ability in the game, IMO. Yeah, AMS and Spell Reflect are both very uniquely handy in different ways. Usually AMS loses to Spell Reflect though in many cases, because Spell Reflect does an enormous amounts of damage at times. But every once in a while there's something that you can only do with AMS, and it's really cool when you can do it. I haven't been following your streams lately. Why are you running 13s instead of trying to push for 14s? Can't get invited. There's very few 14s out there, first of all, and I've been only invited to a single one so far all season. So instead of sitting here and just staring at cues the whole time, we just figured might as well do anything we can. I'm doing 1.9 million DPS on this boss with my pallet tank. Nice. Thanks for letting me know. So you're beating all the DPS in this group, is that what you're saying? I'm not sure I believe you, but thanks for letting me know. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be another full phase though, right? These guys make me look humble as fuck. Especially when it's like totally unprompted, like, why would you even say that? I bet Jay's rogue would be doing more than your pally tank though. Yeah, that guy's, he's carving it up with his assassination rogue. You see that the question before about why the fight's hard, this is why. The longer this phase goes, the harder it is to heal. And the more times you have to do those phases, the harder it's going to be, the more stressful it's going to be. Just check Yoda's 18 miss. He did 1.3 million, so unless you're 50% better than Yoda, I don't think so. There's no way. Unless the guy's talking about like literally only during the burn phase. You could have just said that they're bad. That's all you need to say. Okay, I think we still can kill this. Yeah, no, we can kill this easily. Actually, still managed to make it only 3.5 phases. Or 2.5. Actually get away with that. This guy is doing a low level key and burns the first boss in one phase. Does he do more damage than Yoda? Oh, that's a good point, yeah. If you kill the fight really quick, then obviously your damage is going to be super inflated. Because you're only going to have the one burn and LCDs used during it. Talking about Yoda, we are. Not that guy. Who do you think the most brought up influencer is on this channel? If besides me, obviously, or like besides like Hop and other like friends of mine. I think it might be Yoda. That dude gets brought up like every single stream multiple times. I'm not really sure. Bellular? Bellular is probably the hottest topic, but he almost never gets brought up. I don't know the last time Bellular got brought up. I mean, he got brought up just the other day, but before that, it was like months since we talked about him. But if you bring him up, we're going to talk about him, but... yeah, I don't know. Growl? That's the safe bet, you would say, because there's a lot of people here who only found me through Growl. That's the safe bet. But Growl, I don't feel like Growl ever gets brought up. Usually it's me bringing him up. We need a spreadsheet to figure it out. What you can do, this is actually interesting, I didn't know you could do this, but there's like an annotation thing that like it's on the stream there. Like if you scroll down, there's a button that will like transcribe everything that got said in the screen, on the screen into text. And so what you do is you download all of those and then put them all in one document and then Control F and count all the names. Marcellian is the Pepsi to Bellular's Coke. I don't even know who that guy is. No. Heard him brought up like once or twice too. Certainly hasn't stolen footage of mine before, so I don't have any ill will against him yet. Marcellian has to be the worst guys on YouTube. Oh wait, really? Why? Wait, is he one of those people who just like make guides on specs they don't even play? I fucking hate people like that. That was how I got into disliking Preach, because he was doing that in Legion. That's like a drop in the bucket now, but Marcellian talks about everything WoW, so just like a general WoW channel. I feel bad saying it, but Marcellian is absolute slop content, damn. They even have videos such as I fixed WoW. Wait, what? I'd vote for Preach if we were in the pre-Grawl era. Oh yeah, that was like every week we talk about that. If you wanted to see the most cooked tier list, look at Marcellian. Oh no. Tier list, that's all I needed to hear, really.
Beware.
I don't know anything about the guy, so I won't comment, but yeah, I just think a lot of that kind of content is really harmful to the game. If you're making guides on stuff you don't even have like first-hand experience playing, you're just really hurting the game. It's one thing to not be like super good at the spec, but like to actually like make guides on spec on classes that you don't demonstrate any success on whatsoever, like that's really bad for the game.
No fooling you.
If you want misinformation about basic class concepts, watch Marcellian, really. How could it be that bad though? Like there's so much info out there. You can literally just read off the Wowhead guide and you're probably, I don't know. Preach Dramatine had some great stories. Oh yeah. Chicks was a big fan. I never really watched his actual drama, like never watched videos like that. I take Marcellian over Bellular. At least he is passionate. Bellular, on the other hand, I'm not even sure he's subbed to the game. Oh yeah, Bellular is like next level shit. Like that dude should have zero respect from everybody in this chat. He's like actively defrauding the game's community. He like constantly makes videos about shit that aren't true and just to lie and try to get outrage. I don't know who this Marcellian guy is, frankly, but I doubt he's doing that. He just might be too greedy, like too hungry or something, making videos on stuff he shouldn't make just for views. But I doubt he's actually lying about the game. I don't know, maybe he is, but I doubt it. Very few people are out there doing that. In any media, like almost nobody does that because they know it's like the path to revilement from the community. Somehow Bellular has gotten away with it. I don't ever post correction comments on guides from Marcellian. I felt obligated for the people watching him. If that bad, you might have to, yeah. Oh, another mini boss? Question mark? Yeah, good question. Marcellian makes 15 tier list videos a month? Oh god. Really? I'm sure they aren't bad dudes, but at the bottom of the barrel, uninteresting content. Yeah, that's how it started with me and Bellular too. It's like it feels like these dudes are like they owe somebody money. Like that's the way I look at it. Like these guys are in debt up to their eyeballs, and they have to like do everything in their power to make a dollar bill from YouTube. Instead of just be fucking people who play the game and comment on stuff you know about. Like I don't know why that's hard for people. People literally ask me all the time, what are my thoughts on Prop Pally, Bear, all this shit. I don't play them, so I'm not going to give you my thoughts on them. I don't know anything about them. You guys know more than I do. Like, whoever asked that question knows more than I do on it. Why would I comment on it? But there's a lot of people on YouTube, they're like, well, people ask me my thoughts on the tank, I'm going to make a video on it. It's like, I don't have any thoughts on them. I don't know anything about it.
Beware.
I can't make a guide on it, you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. Aizen is like the WoW Borat? Wait, what?
No fooling you.
Borat. It's a weird one. Stromy says, hey, one Azeroth TV. I'm going to be playing Fury Warrior instead of Prot to tank because I'm foreign. What are your thoughts? Kind of rapping as many weird shits as one comment. It's not that he's obsessed with meta. Why make content for specs that don't get invited anyway? Watching Aizen makes me feel like I should respec every week. Oh wow. He does like analysis of data, right? I think I saw that guy's video a while back.
Since I have time this weekend, I think my goal is to get that new bear form from Dragonflight. Oh, sweet. Well, unfortunately, it's a lot of RNG. There might be a couple that aren't. Like, I know one has to come from the world boss, but I think there's a couple different options to get them. So let me know how it goes for you if you do it. It's definitely doable. I just don't know if you're going to get it in one weekend. Like, you might have to sit there. I've heard a lot of people just, like, park characters at the world boss and just try to kill them whenever they can. The Borat content comment got me intrigued. I don't understand that comment at all. Is he like from that area of the world? Is that what the joke is? He sounds like Borat or something? It is weird to see Shakrav or whatever that guy's name is, the UFC guy from Kazakhstan.
Beware.
Again, I almost had the same situation unfold here. It's his accent. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Beware.
If it's the bear from that old world boss, the drop rate's 1%. But there's more than one, right? It's not just one. I think there's a couple colors of different things. I'd imagine Eisen saying, "You will never get this." La 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 la.
Beware.
Why is this boss one of the absolute worst in lower keys? I don't know. People don't know how to do the maze, maybe? I like watching Eisen, but he switched his mic, and I feel like I'm coated in spit. Oh no. It's a weird comment. Fortunately, it sounded like my mic issues were back in the video last night. I just totally expected them to be solved after a few weeks, but for some reason, back. I just can't figure it out. I think it has, well, it definitely has something to do with RTX. I guess it's not just voice, it's all RTX voice and broadcast-like programs. And, yeah, that's the same situation again. And it seems to only happen when I watch, like, when certain things are on my screen. Like, it seems to happen very frequently when no game is on the screen, but there is the browser on the screen, and I don't know why that would happen. Like, it doesn't ever seem to happen when I stream, to my knowledge. I've never heard anybody mention it.
Beware.
Not the maze. People can't dodge the mechanics in low keys. The boss farms people, really. Well, if you guys run into any low keys with that happening, let me know. Every bear has at least 2 legs.
Beware.
Oh, Tom. The world boss form is only in it one on Dragonflight on its 2 legs. If you use the bear form that is not 2-legged, then you're making bad life choices. Is there more than one, though? Was I right about that? I think there's more than one color, isn't there? So there's probably more than one option. Like, place to get them. I mean, if you can afford a good mic, get a pop filter. Yeah, that's not what I was talking about, but there's only one? Oh, is there really? Damn. I thought there was more than one.
Beware.
Oh, randomly just popped into my head, too. You know what I watched last night? Prisoners. You guys ever see that film? That's one of the best films I've ever watched, man. I love that film. Everybody, really good acting in that film, too. A lot of good actors. Jake Gyllenhaal. A lot of people didn't like him, man, but I like him. That's my favorite movie. Oh, really? It's such a good film. The war we wage with God. What a fucking legendary way to describe kidnapping people. It's actually crazy. Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal was really good in that. The other ones are all 4-legged normal bears, and who wants to play a pet? Prisoners is a great movie. Gyllenhaal is a legend. Yeah, he's actually really good. A lot of people don't think he's a good actor for some reason. Jake's hairstyle is badass in that movie. Oh, really? I guess I don't. He just has like a strange comb-over type hair. Isn't it just like a regular brushback hairstyle? I got the Fellbear 2-legged one from the Mage Tower last week. Oh, yeah. Took me 90 tries. Wow. You think the dad got rescued at the end? Yeah, I like to think so. Because he's never not solved a case, right? That's like they say that in the film. So he's upset by the fact that he couldn't figure it out. He's obsessive about it, you know? So he's gonna definitely, if he hears that whistling at the end, he's gonna dig him up. It's just, he's probably dead. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's why they don't show any further. Because he's probably, like, barely alive, and by the time he gets him out of there, because, you know, he did say, like, the ground's frozen and everything, so that means he's probably, like, hypothermia after the blood loss. His performance in Nightcrawler changed my opinion about him as an actor. Oh, really? I've heard a lot of hate for Jake Gyllenhaal. I'm not really sure why. There's only one correct werebear. The Osh Polar Bear. The white one, yeah. Mage Tower Bear was my favorite Mage Tower back in Legion. Took me about 110 tries back then, but I one-shot it as Blood Death Knight. It was much harder or something as Bear. I don't remember the differences. Oh, look at this. We're about to upgrade this guy's first 13, huh? I like Jarhead a lot. Yeah, that was a great film too. When you think of range of his performances, he's a generational actor. He's done a lot of films, yeah. A lot of people don't like his sister too, but I actually like her. He's not like classically pretty, I think, especially compared to him. It's kind of weird. A lot of people look at Jake as like a classically pretty male lead, and then Maggie's like not at all. But I think she's a very good actor as well. And you doubted him? Time to start inviting only 25. Oh, I didn't doubt him. I knew it was going to be worth signing up for one way or the other. I just didn't know it was going to be for this reason. Just because someone doesn't have score doesn't mean they're bad players. No, but at this point in the season, you would kind of assume that if they haven't done the key they're signing up for, they're probably not very experienced players. Doesn't mean they're bad, I guess, but I think his sister's gorgeous, really. Would you ever watch, what was that show about porn on HBO that she was in? What was the name of that? I don't remember. That was actually a good film, a good series. Is that monk clip definitely going to be a video? Oh, 100%, yeah. That's a video. Like, I'll probably publish the Necrotic Wake Run too, since that was such a talking point for so long as well. Just publish the raw footage. I like that you're playing with Krampus in December. What was that? I don't get it. Something related to Christmas? We didn't get into Christmas like on the stream this year, man. I feel bad about it, but the webcam plus the Pokemon cards being where I would normally put all the Christmas stuff is just like, I don't know what to do with it now. It's a version of the Grinch. Oh, that's interesting. That guy's really committed to having that name. I wonder if he actually just paid for it now or something. Oh wait, oh, we're not gonna upgrade this. No, we're not. We need a lot of, what the fuck is our count? What the hell? Oh, we didn't have anybody pull through the wall. And we skipped the early pack, yeah? Alright, we're not upgrading this. I just realized. That's pretty nuts. We need like 3 packs still. No wall pulls and probably a very bad maze. Maze with 2 mini bosses sucks. Yeah, that's fucked. I didn't even think about that. I hate that these flyers are not linked. Yeah, it's weird how that happens. Do you feel like Death Knight Yo-Yo is a lot better with the tweaks? What tweaks? It's the same as it's always been, honestly. Our second, yeah, this is only our second death too. Holy shit. Yeah, it wants me to battle with him. I guess it's not a bad choice.
Beware.
The death count just doubled, yeah. Oh, now it tripled. It's also the DPS doesn't use CDs on many bosses in Maze because they want to pad on overall on the bigger packs. That's true. People probably, the first one, they definitely didn't use CDs. Maybe the second one, they're like, oh, well, we better do it now. But when you have two of them, you really open yourself up to that, right? I praised the Demon Hunter just in time for them to disappoint. I'd be interested in seeing the overall or something because I'm really shocked that we're not upgrading this. We got really fucked by the maze, but other than that, I don't really feel like... I mean, this is not in time, obviously. But yeah, it's weird. I felt like it was a pretty good run altogether. I don't remember a single bad error. The first boss, I guess, maybe, huh? How long was that first boss? Maybe I was wrong about that first boss being okay. Achille taught me to just send CDs all the time, even sometimes right before the end of packs. It was a 5-minute fight. Yeah, there you go. So that's the real answer. That bad lust call was potentially devastating. You definitely want to use CDs as often as possible. I probably wouldn't use them as packs are dying. Like, you want to get value out of every second of every CD, but... Guess I know they don't have to run away. Achilles bad for that? No, that's how it should be. Like, if you're actually thinking about maximizing your DPS, you should be using CDs as often as possible. Just obviously don't use them when the pack's about to die or something and you would waste them. These people who like sit on CDs for like minutes at a time, like this is how you do bad overall. And this is why you see people doing like 5 million DPS but like 1.5 million overall. Because they try to line up all their shit for some like god pull and then it just never happens. It's an awesome training wheel, honestly. Yeah, it's very good if you're like very unconfident with the rotation and you need that assistance. Guys, it's a joke on the fact that the Achille doesn't consider boss mob HP. Oh, really? I guess their damage is not good either. Yeah, this one we gotta run.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Feel like you're better off doing research on your class and watching better players play the spec? Well, obviously, yeah, obviously. But you might still do that and not master the spec, so it's good to have a little bit of hand-holding while you're learning, right? Oh, he died again. Covered in swirls. What is going on? I can't get anywhere near this boss. My shit's broke. He only died once.
Beware.
That's his second death. Why would your gear be broke? This is a difficult fight for Demon Hunter, is it? Oops, script nothing.
Run away, little girl. Beware.
Considering he's not playing no mover build, so yeah.
Oh, I res him? Wait, why did he take the rest?
Beware.
Okay, this is turning into a total mess. Does Wildhammer rep in Classic give you anything? No, it's like a totally, like, it's just like a RP rep, basically.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Kind of crazy that only 3 deaths at one point and wasn't going to be an upgrade. Yeah, no, that's what I want to see. The overall must be really low. This dungeon really sucks though. Like we kind of got fucked on the route, like the maze part of the route, and we had nobody to help pull through walls, so it was as unoptimized as possible.
Run away, little girl. Beware.
What a mess. Well, we finished it. I think I'm gonna just go 1.2 million overall. Yeah, not great.
Intact. Time will be his sign. Tyrnaside will remember you always.
All right. Well, not as interesting as I thought it was going to be, but well, we got it done. I was late to the stream. Where you guys lust at? We like pulled the boss and the Demon Hunter typed the lust on the first boss. So it literally we didn't have lust up for any of the burns. And it cost us, it was like a 5-minute fight apparently. I'd be more than happy to just do 10s, man, but I can't get into groups. So I host and my key ended up at 13. That doesn't know you can lower your own key? I forgot that he has a vulnerability phase. I thought I could time a 13. Back-to-back sentences from this guy. Holy shit. That's nuts. I wanted to try the 13 because I figured I could time a 13. Oh, wait, no, that's not what he said, to be fair. He said if I could time a 13, I would stop being denied from 10s. Alright, fair enough. Still nuts. He knows he can downgrade his key to level he's geared for. I think he just got a little confused there. It's all good. It's funny, he was wrong about all of it. Yeah. Anyway, just have to keep trying and applying. Takes about 10 minutes to get invites. Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't just do your own key if you're doing it like that. But anyway,
That's going to be it for me. I got to run. So we'll be back tomorrow, same time as normal. And one more stream this week, and then we got a lot of videos to make this weekend, it sounds like. So hold on, we got to get that on the sheet before I forget. I almost forgot yesterday's last run, too, because I ran out of here. Miss 13. Oh, no, it was completion. It's close to an upgrade. Shaman. Rat. Frost. Havoc. Been a while. Have a good one. I will. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.